Evening. Okay, we'll wait till a couple people hop in here. Maybe nobody will be interested tonight. I don't know. I don't have anything huge to talk about, but well, there are a couple of things. But wanted to pick your guys' brains a little bit more and see what kind of questions you guys had too. So there's a broadcast thing over on YouTube. Yes, I want to continue on YouTube. I'll put my intro in. The Steve intro, right? Shouldn't I put the Steve intro? Then I can get hit with the copyright.
Do that. How did you get by the laser field in the Great Hall?
Aha. The laser fields. Well.
Evening. Yesy, Liv, Jack, Ian, Smoke. What's going on, guys? I've got 11 of you in here. Isn't that what I should be doing, Smoke? Firstly, I wanted to start out by making a public apology to Mr. Moneypenny. I think that's only fair and only right. You know, I go on about shouldn't be disagreeing with one another, and I don't want to be disagreeing with Mr. Moneypenny. And I think I've been, this platform kind of is a bit one-sided. And Mr. Moneypenny is doing hard work, lots of hard work. I've been reviewing the Discord a little bit more. I'm in there, but I'm not often looking at it. And Mr. Moneypenny does a ton of hard work, as do lots of you. So, but I do want to apologize to him because that's not, that wasn't right of me, because this platform is one-sided. I can just kind of, how are the ribs? The ribs were pretty good. They're still in the fridge, actually. I think I have a couple left. Maybe my dog will eat them. I think I inherited my dog back. My girlfriend dropped him off, unbeknownst to me. So I just woke up and then there was my dog. Okay, so the Big Stop. Big Stop, I got a little bit of info on this. Somebody who chooses to remain anonymous, and that's totally cool, and I respect that. Anybody who wants to contact me ever, I respect anybody's anonymity. And so they reached out to me, and they are somebody that goes to this Big Stop, delivers, or has some interaction at the Big Stop on a fairly regular basis. And so they know a few of the employees there. And they disclosed to me that they were visiting with some people down there at the Big Stop in the infield. And apparently the people who were at the Big Stop were essentially, I don't want to get this wrong and misquote it because that would be wrong, but made to sign essentially NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, that they wouldn't discuss anything publicly about what they saw down there. That was with CERT, the Serious Incidents Response Team, which obviously would be investigating the shooting down at the Big Stop, which I have a lot of questions about what time the Big Stop shooting happened at. And hey, Michael Stewart. Michael Stewart made a new video. You guys go check it out. He's got lots of subs, eh? Welcome. Aussie in the house. Aussie's good stuff. Had a good chat with her on the phone the other day. I like talking with people. Hopefully we're going to get this figured out someday so that I can get more people in here, and we can get some of you guys involved with the discussion and start picking your brain a little bit more on air, kind of, so to speak. But this person has interaction down at the Big Stop, and they were made to sign NDAs, which I thought is rather odd. They're not allowed to discuss any information publicly about what they witnessed or didn't witness at the Big Stop at that time. So it got me thinking a little bit, and I was going to pick your brain, you guys, a little bit more. Please help me, which you guys are all doing, of course, and I appreciate that. Many thank you. Serene's in the house. Serene's awesome. You guys go sub at Serene's channel. She always has tons of good stuff. She's like an aggregator of all kinds of different conspiracy stuff, and not, some tinfoily, some not so tinfoily about what's going on. And she's got a great channel, Serene Christine. You can find her on YouTube. What's wrong with you, Seamus? Quit being so damn lazy. You can go and find the channel. Post it in there. Serene doesn't have a ranch. What's wrong with that picture? I don't know about that. You silly Seamus, you. Let's see if we can find her channel. Christine. There we go. Oh, there she is. She likes her kitty cats. Okay. I lost your number, by the way, Serene, a long time ago, I think. Didn't I? I think I only have your Twitter contact. Okay. Yeah, she's got lots of subs. It's pretty cool. All right, so there's her channel. And we'll drop Mike's channel in here too. Sorry if I'm calling you Mike. Maybe it's Michael. No. Stuart. Oh my goodness. Gonna make me work for it. Are you? There we go. He had a little video out the other day. I don't know. Did you reply? I didn't see your reply. I don't know if so here's Michael Stewart's channel. He went down to lots of people driving around checking out things, and so he did a video about the Shuby. We'll leave it at that. The Shuby turn off. And so he's got a little video there, but I did have a question about the Shuby turn off, because it sounded like he thinks that Morrison was there now, and that didn't seem to work with the warrant. That seemed to, I don't know if he's thinking that it's there. Mike is cool. All right. London Rio broadcast it on their website as if it were banned on YouTube. Sorry, what is that? London Rio has gotten banned on some other things. Oh, David Icke. I see, yes. Derek had David Icke on. Very interesting. If you want to see Derek's David Icke interview, that's over on Steve's channel, which I think is in the info below, if I posted it correctly. So for those of you that are interested in the David Icke type stuff, he's over there. That's a pretty cool interview. Derek got that. So congratulations to him. Right. So the Big Stop. Now, what time did we actually hear about the Big Stop? I would like to know from you, because you guys, lots of you are down on the East Coast in Nova Scotia area. Or just in general, people in the chat here, what time did you first hear about Mr. Wortman's demise? Shall we say it that way? Mr. Wortman's demise. Because we had the tweet, the infamous tweet, the 1140 tweet from the RCMP saying, oh, yes, by the way, he's in custody. and then suddenly he's dead. And then we get all this nice footage from lots of filmmakers, news people who seem to be on the scene, while there's RCMP guys just kind of sitting there with guns. And this is bothering me. It seems very staged, whatever happened down there, because I mean, how would the media just be on scene? You know, you got all these people there and they're watching what's going on. Hey, Rage, what's going in? What's going in? What's going on? What's going on? So I would like to hear, what time was the first time that you guys heard about Mr. Wortman being dead? What time was the footage first seen by you, if you remember that well? My memory is shit. I don't remember what I did yesterday, let alone today. So, which reminds me, I think I have some birthdays I have to buy presents for some people. Oh, well, anyway, I will hopefully not forget about those. So what time was it that we first heard about Mr. Wortman's demise? Because if the CERT team is at, or supposedly under the premise of CERT being late afternoon, yes, he's saying, I was kicked off Twitter. Oh, there we go. There's my good troll friend. This is an old friend to those of you who are new to my channel. This is an old friend. He and I have done many shows in the past, and hopefully when, well, he can come and talk about Nova Scotia. I don't think Nova Scotia is really his thing, but he's kind of more bigger issues. We should talk about the, maybe we should get him on and see if we can talk about what's going on down in the United States. What's going on down there? Might venture into some other waters. I noticed some people retweeted a tweet I put out today, but then I think they saw my profile and they took it back. So, you know, my views aren't publicly liked by everybody, or appreciated at this point in time. But did you want to come on and talk about what happened down in, what's going on down in, what is it? What do they call the zone? The Chaz zone or something? He's got a great sense of humor. I can give him a buzz. You want to come on? Ted's your stuff. Again, the contact information for me is also located below. So I'm on Twitter, of course, until they can that account. I don't know why they've let me stay. They supposedly I'm under a lifetime ban a long time ago, but that one account, they left it. And I've actually got a second one. They used to ban them outright as soon as I would get them, but they've let me keep one and this really old one that I had, and just for the channel, like I only used to put whenever I think it was linked to my YouTube. That was why I used to put out when I was going live or whatever. I'm flying under the radar. Can't right now. Aw, that's too bad. He's a good guy. We're going to get him on here. Why can't you come on right now? What are you doing? He's probably busy watching shit down in the United States. Okay, let me write that down. I'll give you an email, Serene, and we can exchange numbers again. I think you still have mine, but I'm actually going to probably get rid of that phone. Because it has some issues. I've been noticing I have a lot of issues. Like They're quite funny, some of them. I get, let's see, I'm on the phone with somebody, and then all of a sudden the call will, what does it do? It's like it goes on hold for the other person, and then I hear dialing, and it's actually dialing the person again, but of course it doesn't dial them. And then I'm sitting there and I'm like, what the hell is going on? It's just dialing, dialing, dialing. The other person's hearing nothing. I'm like, okay. It's happened to me a few times. Some other spooky stuff. Spooky. Spookies. Okay, so what time have we got here? We got any times out here? Afternoon, late afternoon? Any other times going on here? And Ted, if you didn't expect to get booted from Twitter, I'm surprised you've lasted as long, especially with your show a tweet there. That should result in an immediate ban, but I don't know. Maybe they're not paying attention to you. You're totally muted, though. Totally muted, this guy. We were going through his Twitter feed last night when I was talking to him on the phone, and like, there's no replies. Nobody on anything sees any of his stuff. It doesn't matter if it's on, accounts that he's been muted on. If he just comments on somebody else's stuff, there's never a reply. And he really trolls, so he should get lots and lots of replies. 9:58, Windsor. Still have 13 times. Inability to upload any videos due to a second strike. Oh, be careful. That's be careful time. You've got somebody not good on your account. They're SC. They're going to show your account. And have been unsubscribed. I'm new here, GTO Mama. Where are you? Is that too personal? Do I do personal questions? I'm here in Calgary. I'm over there in Calgary. I'm here in Calgary. Calgary's where I'm at. So the RCMP, they can come find me. Let's get it on. And by the way, if you do that, do remember that I will be deposing several people. So I suspect you don't want to. Not sure if you saw Little Gray Cells. I sadly repeat myself. Sorry. Posted link in Facebook and sent it privately. Sent what privately? Just thumbs up. Thanks, Pam. Lots of news. All kinds of people getting strikes and show it on Twitter and what did you send me here? I thought we'd also go through a little bit of the hard work over there on the Discord for those of you that are not familiar. Wait, I got a tweet from you. Let's see. Oh, yeah. There we go. Do you want your account made known? Tedster stuff? Gosh. How many accounts are you on now? How many accounts have been burned by them? Are you still setting them up in Tim Hortons Wi-Fi's using Tor servers to even get an account anymore? Terrible. 7 p.m. in SoCal. Well, that's what time it is. What time did people find out? Hello, everybody. What time did people find out about what happened at the Big Stop? Anybody let me know? I can finally watch live video. They've been blocking me from your vids for a week now. Oh. Well, that's interesting. What happens when you try to maybe fill us in a little bit more there, Daver? That's not good. Was in Alberta. Story came out at noon. At noon. See, because, okay, the Big Stop's giving me a lot of problems. Let's look at this picture. I don't want to dox anybody ever, because that's just not cool. So anybody watching this, please don't go and flood other people with stuff. I will share this. It does have the person's name in the bottom left-hand corner. Now, this person, to the best of my knowledge, lives in Nova Scotia. I have not contacted this person. Again, please do not contact them. I'll have somebody else reach out to them. But this photo was taken at 12:42. I know, Ozzy, I did see in the comments you were asking about the bullet hole. The bullet hole is visible here in the window. And of course, we get all this silly stuff going on here with the lots of RCMP, but this man has already been dead for quite some time. If, in fact, this photo is from 12:42, which I do believe it is, there is a man in Nova Scotia, and I don't think he's resending it. I think that's the way it would appear. Let's see if we can get some other angles that show the bullet hole. I used to have some other ones that were much better. It wasn't far away like that, but they've been scrubbing. Lots of people have been noticing that. So you can kind of see here in the left side on the passenger side, the bullet hole. I want to know how many press, like I'd like to kind of do that as a project, and maybe if you guys want to help me with that, that would be excellent. I want to figure out which press were on the scene at the time that this was all going on over there at the Big Stop, because I think it was staged for public display. What the takedown, so to speak. Let's see here. If we got any response there from why my channel was not viewable. Yeah, Daver, I don't know. Maybe Daver got showed too, because now he's not around. He's still here, Daver. Let's see if he's still in chat. At Daver. Oh, he's still here. Oh, there we go. All I get is a black screen and YouTube text. Let's see, I need the other thing here to even read this. All I get is black screen and YouTube says, this video is unavailable right now. I try again without VPN. Strangely, the chat box works and you can see everybody's comments, but that's it. Wow, that's next level. They're going on full retard now. Good to have you in the house, Daver. Well, I'm glad that at least you can still see it. Let's see here. Please, anyone join group on Discord in this link. I think the link, well, is down below. I've got Daver's comment. Down below right here is the Discord. So thank you to a couple of people. I believe that's Ozzy and Mr. Schwartz. What is his name? I like to be able to acknowledge people, because that's just fair, right? Isn't it? Isn't it fair? Again, my apologies to Mr. Moneypenny. And it is heartfelt. Because he's dropping a lot of stuff there, you know, getting everybody who doesn't know facts caught up. Wow, he's really doing really good stuff. We should probably have a look at the Discord here. He's been doing it for some time. Well, probably since the inception. He's got all the camera locations, which I was going to go and do. mapped out with Google Earth and the pictures. And he found one camera location that I couldn't find. Excellent work. Let's see here. Why don't we just go over to the Discord? What's happening there? Yes, sorry. So that was an incomplete thought. Always with Seamus, lots of incomplete thoughts. Brain's working, mouth's not necessarily. A couple of people helped me out. Ozzy and who's this other fellow? I haven't seen him around a little bit. Anyways, these two people helped me out lots to get onto. Is he gone now? Todd's over there razzing people, new people. Some guys like, are you trolling me? Todd's got lots of great humor. Doesn't like me driving. Okay, no driving. They helped me get on the Facebook. So there is 3 Facebook pages, and there's anywhere from about 1,000 to 5,000 people in one case. So 2 of the groups are private, and I couldn't get into them, and they banned me for, I guess, just probably because of my name on my YouTube account, or sorry, on my Facebook account. Not very popular, I would think, with some people, and just they thought I was trolling. But couple people vouched for me, so they're like, okay, if that guy, we'll take your word for it, but if that guy's a baddie, well, we're gonna come after you. Todd, you're familiar with his work, are you? Like minds think together. Is RCMP or Canadian military? I don't know. This is all getting really interesting. What's going on? The push bar only available. Somebody, Tara, sent me a text today. She's like, "Wow, there's lots of push bars on military police vehicles." This was neat. Somebody, Moneypenny's got this one here with the bike. He's got access to a couple of photos. I'm not sure where he's getting them from. It appears as though they may have been from a Facebook page, the old Facebook page, which I don't know. Like, I know it was archived, but there's nothing really there. It just has the bear picture. He liked his bear. And I do want to stick on the big stop. So if you guys can put your thinking caps while we're just looking around here a little bit at some of the work. Thinking caps on about what time did you first hear about the death or see the footage? Because I want to get a list of all the people who were on scene at that time, because I think there's going to turn out to be a lot of people, because this doesn't make sense, right? The media and all of these RCMP vehicles are going to be there, and Mr. Wortman isn't dead. And we got all these famous pictures, the ones over the hood, the video, there's video of this stuff. Let's see, where are we at here? I don't know. What is going on here? What am I doing? Big stop. Here we go. Do we have the hood stuff? The hood stuff, like the butt stuff? Where's the hood stuff? Maybe I don't have the hood stuff here. Well, here's one angle of the hood stuff. But this video was going on and on. Where they're just standing there, it's blowing in the wind. Oh, where's that? Oh, sorry, we can delete this. This is interesting. Just as an aside, I'll play this little piece. I think I dropped it in the Discord. So what happened over on Orchard Beach Drive? Nobody really has any footage of that, but I believe this is Mr. Wortman's warehouse right here. that we're watching. I'm just kind of going slowly. And how many vehicles do we have? We have one vehicle. So the missing vehicles again is a real head scratcher. Where are all these vehicles? We're missing an F-150, the Mercedes, a Jeep, at least one cruiser, at least one. So that's 4 vehicles just somewhere gone. I did see the picture once, which I never was to see again, of the flatbed. I've looked around for that. And I noticed somebody was commenting to me today, totally an aside, that they're having problems finding photos. And I'm like, yeah, that seems to be. They've also updated the Google Earth, which is kind of interesting. Let's see if we've got a Google Earth page open. Do we have one open? Probably not. No, I don't know what the hell I'm doing these days. Something. Scrub the evidence. Scrub the evidence, says GTO Mom. So the Discord is in the link below, yes. Angle of attack. Oh, thanks for linking the Discord there. Of course, because I'm behind the times. Oh. Yes, there. This probably was this the infamous flatbed. Does he have a garage? Well, there is something in Masstown, I think. I think there's something in Masstown in that article where the Halifax police person comes forward. Here we go. So you can see the damage. This is at the corner of Portapique Beach Road and Ferris Lane. This house has been destroyed. If we go up the road a little bit, we'll look here. This is Mr. Wortman's house right here. You can see his deck. It's been totaled. And this is the warehouse, I believe. I'm not quite sure why you can see the warehouse at that angle, but maybe I should phone and find out about that video. And Mr. Moneypenny knows where they all are. I need to narrow down where they are. Because if we can get a timeline of how long it's taking him, but I mean, it defies logic, 34 minutes to run around all these roads and burn down houses, multiple houses, and subdue people so that you can burn them alive and then shoot a whole bunch of people and run around and hunt people in the woods. 13 people died in Portapique, and the RCMP want you to believe, oh yes, by the way, oh, what is this? Oh, this image is changed. Oh, this is interesting. What is this bullshit here? They make it like there's a road. There is no road here. Do you see what I see? Brown loop here, and it kind of continues on. There is absolutely zero road connecting Portapique Beach Road and Brown Loop. That's garbage. And it's like these trees have disappeared too. I wonder if I still have the original photo. I must. Somewhere. I must increase my bust. Car picture with bullet hole. Hugs back, darling. Okay. Let's see. Are we getting some stuff here? May I come on the phone, please? Well, that just sounds wrong. Yes, of course you can. So you can give me a buzz. You can get me on the blower. as my granddad used to say. That was how he always answered the phone. On the blower. Race riots in U.S. are a great way. There was a couple of interesting articles. Let's see, this one, this human trafficking stuff is really sad. And I've been looking into the human stuff down there a little bit. I mean, this people don't like to hear that. It goes into tinfoil, but it's as in they just don't want to believe it, but it does happen. And there's a really serious problem down there. What is it? Preston Finest gang. North Preston Finest. I'm learning about this stuff. And these people are major players. Even though it's only a town of 3,700. And they're trafficking tons of people. And it's all over the country. And this is one of how many? There's only 50 men in this gang, which may have expanded to about 80, but they're trafficking kids and humans, women, boys. The boys part is really sad. All over the country. And Halifax has, how many gangs do they have? I can't remember. 9 gangs? I was like, Halifax is not that big of a town. Lots of things going on down there that I was just totally shocked about. Okay, so that is a reality, a very sick and sad reality. Top cop charged human trafficking. Toronto cops, right? I think he was 11-year veteran. Nice to know. Here we have unmarked police vehicle going missing. OPP vehicle with guns inside of it. Of course, because these things never happen, you know. Well, are you going to call or are you just going to pull my chain here? I'm not calling you. How's that? You can just take that. No, I'm teasing. I'll call you. What am I looking for here? Okay. What? What is it doing now? Incoming. Okay. Hello?
Hello, how you doing?
You're on the air with Seamus.
Okay, so, yeah, I just seen what you saw, and they have changed to Google Earth's image of that field.
Yeah. To make it look like, and I know that the old one had like lots of trees. Now, obviously, they're not taken, you know, up to the moment, but yeah, there's a ton of trees missing in this. And then they make this kind of segue between Brown Loop and Portapique Beach Road, which is absolute garbage. That didn't exist.
No. I'm going to try the Wayback Machine and see if I can find an old image, but I don't know where they can do this, but they can't get their fucking story straight. Jesus Christ.
No, they can't. And the amount of control that the RCMP has, you know, probably, I mean, I had knowledge of the intelligence stuff that the RCMP was doing prior to this, which was a lot. But I even now, I'm still coming to grips with how powerful this police force is. It's not a police force. This is a very integrated intelligence unit. You know, works very closely in collaboration. Many members go back and forth between working both with CSIS and RCMP. They have a lot of power.
Yeah. again, I can only say so much, but yes, in my time in uniform, I worked with that a lot. But, you know, here's the thing, like when I pull up this image now on Google Earth, it tells me it was taken in 2002. So I still have the Google Earth that comes up. None of the houses are destroyed.
Oh, so that's
But
18 years ago.
Yeah.
So isn't that
But-
interesting that they're going to do an update like right now? Oh yeah, we got a new picture for you.
Right, but here's the thing. In 2002, that's how that field looked. But that's not how that field looked when we started looking at all of this, when you and Adrian and I were trying to put this all together the first night and trying to figure out how he drove to the field. It doesn't look like that anymore. So they're using 20-year-old footage.
Oh, that picture is 20 years old.
Yeah, 2002.
But they're putting destroyed houses on it.
No. The field, the change, how the field looks at the road, the intersection of Orchard Beach Road and Portapic, and then they're trying to tell us that there's a brown loop now, a road that goes through there, and that didn't show up back when they were trying to tell us that he drove through a field. So which one is it?
Let's see.
That's
Sorry?
you know.
Let's try. Okay, let's try and see if I don't know where the historical click view historical imagery. Let's see if we can get. Let's just do Portapic. Okay. Okay, and then where is view? I'm not a driver on this, as Todd rightfully pointed out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're playing funny games with the satellite imagery there, because that just didn't exist, and you can even tell that it's not there, because it's running through trees and shit.
Yeah.
Like, look at that. It's running through trees. But I know that these fields are like bare now to what they were before.
Yeah.
But that's not a road.
And no, that's a road allowance, but it's not an actual road.
Well,
Google Earth will get messed up with that.
No.
The problem is,
Look at. There's no road allowances marked anywhere else. Come on.
right? Yeah.
They're
But see
playing
how the
silly
road
games
does-
here.
But this is not the image that we saw when you and Adrian and I first started investigating this. This is not what we saw.
I wonder. I'd have to go back and find, because those videos are all so long. But I definitely can find footage where we're going through it. Let's see if I can.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Big problems with the SUV account. Is anyone's bodies okay? Maybe you can let me know what's going on in the chat, and I'll drive around and see if I can find the
Okay.
old image. You can keep people entertained. Tell them a story. What's going on with you?
Well, I'm going to look at a new house on either Monday or Tuesday. I've helped my friends put the gardens in. I've helped another friend get his fencing done. It's just life. I'm just trying to get on with life, and unfortunately, the Chinese s'more was supposed to be open, and it wasn't open because it's still COVID, apparently. And apparently, there's new cases of COVID all over the place, but nobody's been sick in months. But yeah. Lots of, well, I know the folks in the chat are, they're talking about a lot of good stuff, and there's no arguing that I can see.
That's always good. Yeah, so there, I did find some stuff here. Let's see. I mean, there's an old image of kind of the way it used to look. Let's see, what does it look like?
Oh, is that from when we were chatting?
Yeah, this is from right at the beginning.
Yeah.
And I don't know, does it say when the date was done? Imagery copyright 2020. Eesh, I didn't check. Well, let's just play it quietly. Oh, yes, he's telling you to shut up.
I just saw that, yeah. Hey, Yessie. I'll shut up as soon as I die.
I cannot answer your call if you're watching. Sorry. Here, give me one moment. Give me one moment. The microphone is still muted. Muted. Okay, so this looks very different than what they've changed it to. So let's have a look at what it is now. If I can just, actually, I could probably just take a screen grab of this. This is very crappy and on the go, but let's see what we can do with it. And versus this. Wow, that's totally different.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get the top part. Shit. Still kind of looks kind of the same on the bottom, but let's see. Let's go back to the top. That would be over here.
Good News Bear is asking in the chat, show us the pic of the people dressed in military uniforms. Is that referring to the gas station where the tactical unit is dressed? That's the thing, like the police tactical units pretty much all over the Western world, pretty much worldwide, they look just like the military now. I mean, it's been that way for about 10 years, but the gear that the police get now is pretty much exactly what the military special forces get, and even the regular soldiers now on deployment and things like that, they're outfitted totally differently, and totally, it's more advanced now than it was. So if that's what Good News Bear is referring to.
Well, they people at the, I don't, if they're talking about the BIGSTOP, They
Yeah.
are.
That was RCMP Emergency Response Team, and that was also Halifax Regional, correct?
No. Halifax Regional. Halifax Regional was locked out of this. They weren't involved. That was all RCMP. Yay.
Okay.
So I mean, this is very crappy done, but this is kind of gives you an idea that they've really kind of updated it.
Yeah.
You got all these bare fields all of a sudden, and that's not to say that they're not there. I don't know, because I haven't been. Maybe somebody in the chat has been up there and knows, but these fields are seemingly quite barren and bare all of a sudden versus what they were in the old image. And clearly the RCMP does have power. Hell, I don't know, do you remember the story I did on Trudeau and Google?
Oh, the meetings he had with Google and YouTube, yeah.
How they scrubbed 43 pages on the day that, I think, was it 43 on the day that he was getting sworn in? He had them scrub off the net. And I was like, so I mean, this kind of stuff, and it extends across all search engines generally. Like all the search engines are now crap, I'm finding.
Well, yeah, I mean, even DuckDuckGo and some of the other ones that were supposed to be better, you know, what was the other one? It has a red shield with a lion. Can't remember the name of it.
Oh, Start? Was that Start Page?
Mm,
That's pretty old. I used to use Start Page a long time ago.
They're not as good as they should be. There's still a lot of interference. Yeah, I think Good News Bear was asking about the. Again, it's the confusion that's happening. This is why they're able to fool. And I'm not. Don't take this wrong in the chat or anybody else on the video. But because of the way things have changed over the last few years, and people that are seeing this for the first time, and you see those tactical officers in that gear, and if you've got time in the military and you've been around some of the tactical units, the specialty units, even anything combat arms, you're used to seeing that kind of gear, that kind of uniform, those colors in the military. Whereas a few years ago, even like even before 2010, very, very few even SWAT teams were outfitted like the military is, but now it's pretty much equal across the board. And you really have to get to know your uniforms. But the problem is even a lot of the police forces now, they're buying these camouflage patterns and these tactical vest patterns and helmets and stuff from all around the world and using them. So, but what I can say, I'm pretty sure, is that day, like Little Gray Cells is saying, that was all police force. Like Halifax wasn't there, but the RCMP was. Their tactical team was. They brought in tactical teams from New Brunswick for this. That's right. I remember that now. We were talking about that with Adrian. That's right. They told Halifax and Truro to stand down and not to react to it. And yet they were bringing in RCMP tactical units from New Brunswick.
Yep.
So, but I just wish they would. I wish they would just tell the truth and release the information and give the right information and not keep trying to change stuff. And tonight, here we are again, the last time I was on with you, they were showing us photographs of vehicles from somebody's security camera in their yard, and yet they took the time to pixelate the image of the vehicle. Well, why do that? Why try to hide that?
What are they hiding?
No.
They're hiding so much. They're hiding so much. And I know there's stuff that I haven't released. Like I do have other press conferences where they're scrubbing things. The global one comes to mind right fast, where he's just speaking about how Mr. Wortman was in there for this 34-minute period. And that all gets showed. It's like, and then moving on to the next thing, and how he's suddenly up in D-Bird. And I'm like, no, that wasn't how it happened, And then they have the audacity to put down, oh, this was live streamed. I'm like, no, I don't think so.
No, live streamed how? Through Twitter? Come on.
Oh, well, they would go. What the thing is that they would live stream at the beginning there. That was okay, but then they started to do this thing where they would say they were live streaming it, but it wasn't live streamed. What they did is live streamed it unlisted, so it does appear that it's live stream, and then they used YouTube editor or some kind of garbling nonsense and changed things. And then they would put it up publicly, and then it looks like, oh, yeah, you live streamed it, but you didn't. You absolutely did not.
Yeah, I guess like everybody else in yourself, there's so much frustration. They could have, in the chat, folks are talking about what's going on in the world, and they're talking about the topic of the night. As we do, and the whole thing, this happened in the middle of COVID. Never once did anybody in the media ever say, well, there was a house party. Why were these people having a house party? Because of COVID.
Yeah.
Never once was that brought up, because they were trying to give a narrative. They were trying to answer, give a distraction and give a reason that all these people were killed. And then we find out that this guy's some kind of superhuman, better than Olympic athlete with 5 or 6 different vehicles, that he can cover that area, kill that many people, burn that many houses, do all this, and get away in 34 minutes. Yeah, I don't think so.
No. And I don't know if that makes sense to people, but think about how they're saying that he shot by one unit at the gas station, and then all of a sudden you get footage of these fools standing around. There's all these press, and they're all recording it, and here you go. See, like, look at this stuff. It's fucking it's not believable. It's a public show.
Yeah.
It's a public show, because they tell you they only had one police vehicle there, which was I think this bronze SUV, and the guy got out and he just shot him. And then all of a sudden you get Canadian press and God knows how many other people doing this stuff where they're standing around. Like, look at the footage, and then you get the different poses.
Yeah.
Look at them. They're just standing there. They're moving around. They're fucking looking like they're doing something, but the guy is dead. Who are they doing this for? It's like a show, a theater.
Well, it is. And the other thing too is, here's the other thing. In the one video that we've been able to find where, from the scene where Stevenson died, those officers, those tactical unit officers, are not over the hood with their elbows on the hood. That's movie bullshit. They were standing back in coverage. And yet in the video from the gas station that they're trying to get everybody, I mean, guys are jumping up on the door frame. Guys are standing on the tire. They're laying across the hood. They would never expose themselves like that in a shootout situation. Ever, 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 ever. That was all, like you say, that was staged for the camera. That was all completely staged for the camera because they knew they were safe. If those guys didn't think they were safe with their training, they would not be doing that. They would be looking for attack positions under the bumper, under the revving board. They'd be flanking.
But you don't even have to make it that complicated. How is it that the press and all of these RCMP vehicles are there, and we're having this? Looks like they're taking him down, but they actually just said no. We just had one unit who stopped for gas, and by the way, we shot him. But somehow all the press is there all of a sudden, and then all these RCMP vehicles. They're not one and the same. If that were the case, then you would have either pictures, let's just say one, happenstance, some guy there with his cell phone camera, and he's taking pictures of the one guy taking a shot at Mr. Wortman, and that's it, because there would be no press because they have no idea that he's there. They'd be like, they're running around chasing a silver tracker, or you'd have, this is a takedown, and the man is there. We need multiple units. The press gets wind of it. They're like, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to go there. He's not dead yet, and it's not. I don't know how to explain it, but it's completely. You can't have both. You can't have one unit doing a takedown and he's dead, and then have all these people standing around doing nothing, except all these different poses. I mean, in one of those pictures, you have where he's the one guy. They open up the door and he's standing on the fucking door ledge.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was saying. Yeah, exactly. They would never do that in an actual shootout, ever.
No, and the guy is dead clearly in his vehicle.
Yeah.
He died in his vehicle. And then they just pulled him out, threw him on the ground, cuffed him, then tweeted 14 minutes later, or so they say, I don't think he died at 11:26. I think that's complete bullshit. Bullshit. Because it doesn't fit with the timeline. If we look at the camera from fucking goddamn, I hate computers. I really hate computers.
Yeah.
If you look at the fucking picture that they show you, what is that? What is this? It says 1031. 1031. This is right across the highway. If I go to the end of this road and I turn left and go across the overpass, bang, you're at the big stop.
Exactly. They're trying to tell us that truck stop, that clock is wrong, and you and I have killed that a million times.
They haven't even addressed it. They just presume that people are so stupid. They're not going to look in the upper right-hand corner. So then what they show you is this garbage. Where is it? Timeline. Fucking godforsaken fucking computers. Yeah. I put them side by side, I think, in the timeline picture where you can clearly, take that 7,000 hours to load. Okay. This is what they say. The last photo, right here, and they put right underneath it. You can see it says 1031. Like, huh?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. How can you say that it's a different time?
And then that's 11:23 in Enfield. Oh God.
I don't know. Maybe Enfield has a new time zone. that we're unaware of?
Well, I have friends that get drunk half an hour before everybody else because they're from Newfoundland. Eh?
Well, they're...
No, I mean this whole timeline doesn't work. None of it works. You've got him changing from a jacket to a vest clearly in camera, and
I don't think that's him. I don't think that's him because it doesn't fit. If you use the 10:31 timeline and that clock says 10:55, I mean that's 20 minutes afterwards, and he's probably already dead.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I've been going over this in my head. At the same time that was filmed, and you're right. We absolutely do not know if that was him or not. That could have been just an RCMP officer with a similar build and in a similar car, because we know they had at least 100 vehicles combing the area. Meanwhile, at the same time that footage was taken, the other police officers in the D-Bird area were shooting at the fire hall because they thought it was him.
Yeah.
And then now you just showed it. The Mazda 3 is going past the weigh scales, and this is all happening at the same time. So who are, again, they can't get their shit straight, but they're hoping that everybody just believes it. And we keep hearing it. You and everybody that has been helpful to you in this endeavor on your channel and on the Discord and everything else, and all the work that Adrian and Steve and have done on the YouTube end of it, and Miss Moneypenny and Ozzy and the others on the
Mr. Moneypenny.
Discord.
Mr. Moneypenny.
Mr. Moneypenny, yeah. And I mean, and they just will not give up trying to change everybody's minds on this. They show us a pixelated photo of a car that's not even an RCMP car going past somebody's house.
Mm-hmm.
Now they've changed how the fields look on Google Earth.
Yeah, that is awful. I mean, they literally try to write a new road in where there is absolutely no road. That is bullshit right here. There is no road that interconnects this stuff. And you would see, anyways, I mean, you fucking idiots, even at nighttime with no street lamps in this area, which there aren't any street lights in this area, you'd still see a car driving down the road. They're sitting here at the end of the road.
Now, here's the other thing I'm going to do for you. On my Google Earth, I'm watching the elevation as I take the path. If he was going to get away, if he drove, I'm just going an if here, okay? Just bear with me. If he drove across a field that was muddy as hell from the rain the night before, okay, and to get to any kind of an approach going onto any kind of driveway or road to get out of there, he wouldn't have had a clean car. And in all of the pictures they have shown us, we've been through this before many times. In all of the pictures they have shown us of all of these RCMP cars, whether it's his or not, or supposed to be, or whatever, they're all clean. Okay? And again, you said it the other night when we were on the thing, that road that we were trying to discern where that picture was taken from, that's a gravel road. And that would have been maybe not muddy, but it would have been wet. There would have been debris on the car. There would have been splash.
Yeah.
And in none of these photos, not a single one that they're trying to sell us on, the cars are like that, which again, that pixelated image of a clean car, it's not even an RCMP car, and they took the time to pixelate whatever badges were on it and identification, and then tell us, oh, that's Wortman. And no, it's not. And even that was a dry road with a dry car, with a clean car, with no splash.
Is it still buzzing?
But
People are saying it's
can't get
buzzing.
their shit straight.
Is there still buzzing going on? Maybe somebody can let me know. I'm sorry if there's buzzing.
Okay, yeah. On the phone call with me and on the feed I'm getting from YouTube, I'm getting no interference, but it could be that wherever the folks are that are watching this, if they're in a storm or something like that, there could be interference. But I'm getting no delays on YouTube, and I'm getting no delays on the phone call with you. So.
See, like, look at these jackasses. This is what happens when you drive through a field. Come on, with a cop car. This isn't even a fucking field. This is a lawn.
No, it's a lawn. That's a lawn. Where the hell is this?
Oh,
what is this?
Somewhere down in the States.
Okay, they got stuck.
Yeah, and there's
out?
You can look at the pavement. There's not piles of water. Look at the pavement.
Yeah.
There's not piles of water, so before somebody says, "Oh my God, there's tons of rain everywhere," bullshit. It's dry.
No.
You can't drive a car through a fucking field. Sorry about the.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Those cars are not designed for that. They're too low. They're front-wheel drive, sure, but the tires will absolutely give up in anything but pavement. Those special issue police tires are designed for pavement. They're not designed for gravel. They're not designed for mud. They're not designed for snow. They're designed for pavement.
No, that's why they have SUVs and shit like that.
Yeah, but that's not what he was in.
No, that's not what he was in.
Oh, yeah. What do I do now? Oh, okay, I'll put it on there. Okay.
And like you said, here's the car covered in fucking dirt. But again, I don't necessarily believe that tape. I'm having, well, let's say it's not. I'm having questions about the tape, the Cigar Hut tape, right?
Yep. I'm with you.
And I know that there'll be people, but just to entertain my thoughts. That's all. I know. I understand there'll be people that'll disagree with it, and I entertain other people's discussion on this. But why is it that what is her name? Marshall, first name begins with C. The tape surfaced magically on Facebook, but the lady that got it, it's her father's Cigar Hut. She lives in Ottawa. So for some reason, she decided to access the internet and look for Mr. Wortman. Why? Nobody knew what road. And then dump it on Facebook? It seems a bit, I don't know. I'm having questions about that tape now.
Well,
and he's overweight. He's overweight in that photo, which I don't think he's overweight. He's quite a slender guy. I mean, I could show a picture with his girlfriend, but I'm not going to dox her. That he's not an overweight fellow. He's quite slender. And yet that tape the person in the tape is kind of a fatty.
Well, and the thing is too, again, why would he take the time to change from a jacket to a vest? Why would he do that? He would have no reason. Whereas somebody else that was going to be doing traffic control or anything like that, they would put a vest on. Yes. A regular officer that was going to have to block a road or anything like that, I mean, that poor guy in that picture, that regular RCMP officer, if that's where it is, because that's where you're going. That's the question you're asking. So if we're doing what ifs, that guy there, you're just doing what they do. But yet they're trying to sell us on the fact that that's Wortman. And again, that's a very far away image. He was not in a hurry, at all. He was calm. He was collected. He wasn't worried. He wasn't looking around to see if anybody saw him or any of that stuff. If you were a fugitive on the run, that is not the way you would act.
10:55. 10:55 on this tape.
Yeah, exactly. And that's after he got killed, if we put all of this other stuff together. And the thing is, too, is that again, I pointed that out the very first night. Like, this guy is calm, cool, and collected. It's like nothing matters. Nothing is wrong. And so they're trying to tell us that 10:55 is the wrong time, that their clock was wrong too. But here's the thing, that they might have already broadcast out across the RCMP net. Okay, we have the suspect in custody, blah, 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 yada, yada. And so this guy is, let's say that he's been given a call. Okay, well, you're going to be doing traffic control at one of the scenes.
She dumped this tape. She dumped this tape too, I believe, an hour, maybe an hour and some after it happened. Like 12. I think it was 12 o'clock or something. I'll have to go back and find what time it was. So if you use the tape, he can't do all of the things. Evening, Blue Apple. Dawn's in the house. If you use the cigar tape, use the cigar tape, he is he doesn't have time to do what he's doing. He has 31 minutes to drive 43-minute drive and shoot one police officer, then drive 5 minutes down, 5 minutes north, more. So that's 48 minutes. Plus he shoots, then he gets in the fiery crash. Then he's dealing with the fiery crash. Then he kills Weber also, as well as Stevenson, stealing her gun, throwing Weber in the car, burning up the 2 cars, and then going down to Gina Goulet's, then killing her, shooting 2 dogs, finding her keys, then taking her car, then going down to the gas station. But the normal drive would take 43 minutes, and apparently he does that in 31 minutes. All of it. Yeah. If you use this tape.
The only thing that I'm going to go back to that I just remembered just now, and this is something that puts us toward the fact that this very well could be Wortman in the footage from the cigar shop, is 2 things. First of all, there's no license plate on the back of the car. And we talked about that right off the bat, that there's no license plate.
That's true.
The second thing is, remember the evening that I started working with you and Adrian on this, and I had my other computer set up and I had my large screen, and I was able to zoom in on this, plus use my magnifying glass, and determine that in this footage, whoever that is wearing body armor under the shirt. And RCMP are issued full body armor that fits under the shirt, and then they're issued shirts that fit over top of that. And it does make a very slender person look heavy from a distance. And so I'm not shooting you down. I just want to make sure that we get all this straight. And those 2 things stick out to me, is that he is wearing body armor under his shirt, and there's no license plate on the car. Okay. Unless, for whatever reason, they again have photoshopped and pixelated.
I'm just looking at that.
Taken away the license plate number so that we can't say it's him or not. Which, with everything else we've been seeing, it makes perfect sense that they would have done that. Although that early in the investigation, we were jumping all over them on day 3.
The technology, like, before people think that that's really out there, the technology absolutely exists. I could live stream right now, and I can have a moving object and edit that out, and you wouldn't even know that it's there while I'm live streaming. So the technology absolutely is there to fix a photo. It doesn't take very long to remove like a license plate.
And they may have done that so that we could, because if that was just a regular RCMP car and the license plate was visible, then they wouldn't want us to have that, so that ruins their narrative that this is Wortman. So we just don't know. But I'm glad that we're going through and looking at all these things, because this comes right back to, again, and I'm going to say it for how many times I've said it in tonight's video, but they pixelated the car the other night to not let us know that it was anything other than a white car with lights on top and blue stripes. And here tonight we discover that they've changed the image on Google Earth of the field. I mean, holy crap.
What is your, okay, I'm going to grab,
there, that one. That's
I want to hear your thoughts on this picture, because this really fucked me up.
Well, okay. I did a lot of looking around after your show the other night, like after I got up the next day. And I looked again. I was looking again this afternoon. When I look at the body lines, when I look at the trim package, when I look at the shape of the front end, that looks more like a Ford Escape than it does a Chevy Tracker. The problem with the Chevy Tracker theory and all that, if that exactly is what Joey did have registered to him, is that there's Geo trackers, there's Chevy trackers, there's GMC trackers, and they from year to year they have different packages and they have different body changes, and all I can discern looking at this photo is there's these things. First of all, it's a silver, or like you said the other night, either a silver or gray SUV of some kind, obscured because of the quality of the photo and the pole in front of it. But the door is open, okay? The door on that vehicle is open. Neither of those police cars are on fire. The Stevenson vehicle does not have a door open, like in the other videos. The door was ajar in the other pictures we saw. And there's no body laying by the back seat. The other thing, and again, I because of my training, I pick these things up. But when I look at this photo and I look above the trunk of the Stevenson vehicle, I see an anomaly. I see some kind of a shape or a cloud, and it does not line up with being a bush in the background. It actually covers part of the back windshield, or the back window of the Stevenson vehicle. It is over top of the Stevenson vehicle. So in my mind, the only answer I can come up with by looking at this photograph, and again, I don't have all the information. I'm just going off what I can see here. But the only answer I have is that either that is when one of two things: either the fire is just getting started and there's some kind of smoke puff. And it was mentioned the other night in the chat, and I can't remember who said it. I'm sorry, I can't give you credit. But when vehicles stall and they puff when they have a backfire, that kind of thing, there is a smoke puff, but it's in the wrong position for that. But okay, so I'm looking at this photo and I'm seeing that those cars are there. It's all fresh. There's no fire. The door is not ajar. There's no body on the ground. Yep. And that lines up, again, with my training, okay? Yep. That lines up with what you see when you are firing through glass. Because the first couple shots don't blow the glass out. But if you're in a vehicle firing a weapon, even a 9mm pistol, there's air pressure. You're creating air pressure. And once you do enough damage to the glass, it eventually blows out. And I know it's tin hats, and I know it's maybe outlandish, and maybe I'm not trying to put story or any. I don't have an agenda, yep. But I'm just saying I see an anomaly, and the only discernment I can make from that anomaly, looking at this photo and knowing how shootouts work and knowing how things go, is in my mind, and I'm looking at the angle of the vehicles, and if they were shooting at each other, if he was still in his car shooting at her, and if she was shooting back from her vehicle, if she was repeated firing a 9mm pistol, the air pressure would blow that glass out.
Okay, so
I
this is one thing that's noticeably absent from this picture. Where are the people?
Yeah.
There's no Joey
So
Weber. There's no Gabriel Wortman. There's no Stevenson. What the fuck? Where are these people? It's just like the
I don't
cars
know.
are sitting there.
all we can do is come up with what I just did. All we can do is come up with, well, this might have happened, that might have happened, it could be this, it could be that. That's all we can do.
Okay. Yep, sorry.
But I think at this point, if she just pitted him and they all just came to a stop, and if he's trying to get away and he's shooting at her, she's shooting back. And if Joey Weber just came along and holy fuck, what is this? He's trying to get the hell out of his car and get the fuck out of Dodge. But again, we don't see people. We only see three vehicles. I hope I'm not putting ideas into people's heads. Again, I come on your live streams and I try to add with what my knowledge is, right? My knowledge and experience.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's all this is about, is sharing thoughts and ideas. And I don't want to get too tinfoily on any of it, but it's just starting to smell very bad about all of it.
I mean, like I said, whoever is trying to cover this up is not very good at it.
What is this? It's 10:55. 10:55 that this is going on, and there's nobody there.
10:55, so that's the same time as the cigar shop.
Yeah.
Holy fuck! Well, okay, it took time for them to take the photo and post it, but still, if this is live, they're saying
this is happening right now. This is happening right now as you come up the ramp.
Fuck.
In Shuby?
Holy shit! Again, this is happening right now as you come up the ramp.
Yeah.
Wow! Oh my god! Oh my god! So this is the same time as the cigar shop.
I don't know where Mr.
This is 20 minutes. This is 20 minutes after the vehicle passes the scales.
Again, yeah, exactly. What's going on? You either have the fatty at the cigar stop, and that time is 10:55, which is actually 10:25. Then you have the scale, which is a 10:31, which is actually 11:23. Okay. You have this, which is 10:55. You have no people in the picture. The people, where are the people? And they're not referring to anybody. This is happening right now. I don't, I wish I could see who this was and where they got it from. Like, I think Ozzy got it over from from one of the Facebook groups.
Well, that looks like a Facebook thing, yeah. Wow. Holy man. I mean, yeah, they could have posted this a little bit late, but still, there's no way this could have happened in the timeline at 10:50. Oh man! Wow! No! Wow! This is actually throwing me backwards, trying to figure out where he was and how he got there.
Well, if this is accurate, right? 10:55, but you have no cars on fire. The cars got to go on fire still.
No,
and you don't, but the time-wise, if you believe their fucking times, which I don't believe, 11:26 is not true. So 11, but if you use their time, 11:26, that means he has 31 minutes to do, I think it's a 17-minute drive. So that leaves him 14 minutes to kill and do all the stuff. It does fit, but I mean, come on.
Okay. Down at the bottom right corner,
the singles.
There is down at the bottom right corner. There is the time and date of. Oh, is that your? Is that? Oh, never mind. Sorry. Because because I'm trying to figure out if, we need to know who this person is and where they are on the planet so that we know what 1055 means to when they sent this. But this sounds like they're right there. This sounds like they are right there.
This is happening right now.
This is happening right now as you come up out of the ramp again. And again, this lines up with somebody being on the other off ramp or just pulling over and getting the fuck out of Dodge on the highway.
Sorry, just
and stopping and seeing all this.
I don't want to interrupt your thought pattern because it's good, right? But I just wanted to address Joe Mac's comment here. It has nothing to do with the taking of guns. It had zero to taking with guns. The bill was already drafted long before that. It takes a long time to draft those kinds of bills. Plus, if you do go and look at the Project Wide Awake and how they expanded it, that was what it was about. A week after this event took place, they are now asking, RCMP is now asking for the ability to go into absolutely everything on the internet. They already have access to everybody's social media and everything with Project Wide Awake, but that's not good enough. They want to go into the deep web, the dark web, Groupons, every single thing on every single Canadian. So the guns is a non-issue.
Yeah, no, they used this to their advantage. They did, Trudeau and Blair did use this for their better fucking, so they could make more money from whatever the fuck they do. But no, this wasn't part of the gun grab. There's something in the background. There's something else going on. The best we can hope for is this goes back to just a psycho freak being an asshole and doing what he did. When you think about it, that's how bad this is. The best it could be is this fucking retard asshole Wortman, just went off and did this.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best we can hope for on this. And it gets worse from there and it goes exponential. And Jesus, that just, but no, the bottom line is we need to keep doing what we're doing, and that is finding the truth and forcing them to keep fucking up and trying to hide this shit over and over, because down the road, when this comes to these lawsuits, when this comes to access to information, when it comes to judicial inquiry, public inquiry, etc., they're going to have to answer for all this.
No, they won't.
Shit they're doing.
No, they won't.
You don't think so?
No, fuck no. Like, absolutely not. Because look at the Don Dunphy. Don Dunphy public inquiry was a joke. Was a joke. And they clearly set it up after the fact to say that Don Dunphy had a gun. They let the guy off. The RCMP colluded with the RNC to do that. The man, Mr. Smythe, is currently sitting now getting charged with obstruction to do with the public inquiry. So they're a joke. This is why I've been advocating from day one that it's the citizens that have to sue the RCMP. We have to have a class action suit so we can depose them and ask them the questions. Fuck around with that nonsense public inquiry. We never get the answers. It's going to be 7,000 years from now. It's going to cost taxpayers zillions of dollars, and we're never going to get anything done because they're just going to bury their garbage.
No, you're absolutely right. And
Norm, I don't live in that fucking defeatist world, man. I honestly don't. I don't. If I'm never going to get the truth, then why bother? I might as well line up for slaughter.
Well, I'm not going to fucking do that. So.
And really, the guns thing. I appreciate gun owners. Let's just say it that way. I appreciate the ability to own guns, but all Canadians should be fucking terrified of the access of every single thing that you do on the internet, every single thing that you do outside of the internet, your GPS, your and I was railing on about that for years, about the fucking tech nonsense that we just give away, and they just used this event because it was 1 week later, April 26th, that they tabled that with they called it tender, the ability to go into everything that you do. Every Canadian, not just gun owners, every Canadian. So, you got little kids sending off retarded things that'll come back to haunt them in the future. You're sending off dick pics to your girlfriend. That's all. They get it all. It's so invasive that the program that Project Wide Awake uses is a DOD. The DOD purchases it at $250 million a year, but the RCMP say, no, hold on a second, that's not good enough. We need more. That's fucking scary, man.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Okay, so let's get back to the meat and potatoes.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean that photograph that we're seeing right now on the screen, that kind of shook you and I to the core, and it must have also shook many other people that are paying attention to this. Because that right there is, that's in the moment. That's actually in the moment. And
supposedly,
if I'm reading this right, that's also the moment that poor Joey Weber came upon this, and he got involved in this. If we believe, I mean, let's just, if that is his vehicle, he came upon a horrific, terrifying, what the fuck am I seeing moment. Two RCMP cars crashed, going after each other, shooting at each other, whatever it may be, doesn't matter. Can you imagine, you're just driving along, you're on your way to the gas station, and you come upon that? Like, your brain does not have the capacity to put it all together.
But what is he coming across?
Well, that's him there.
Where is he?
Exactly.
Where is anybody in this photo?
No, I don't know. All I know is that is a silver or gray SUV and the door is open. And those two cars are not on fire.
And there's nobody there.
And there's nobody there.
And we got helicopters flying all over the place, right? There's helicopters up in Debert. There's helicopters.
Here's the other thing. Listen. Okay, look. Every police car, every police vehicle, okay, they're all GPS.
Yep.
And they long before trucking companies and towing companies and taxi cabs had this GPS tracking
and your personal
system,
car.
police vehicles had it.
Oh, yeah.
And all this bullshit where you see people steal police cars and they drive down the road, guess what? As soon as a cop stands there and radios in and says, my unit was stolen, they shut it off. They can do that. They've been able to do that for 20 fucking years. Okay? They've been able to shut vehicles off, especially when they have these systems in them. So they know exactly where these vehicles are.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
60 Minutes did
now,
a pretty special.
Here's the other thing, okay? And I'm going to go into some shit that I wish I didn't have to, but people need to hear this, okay? And it's not tinfoily, this is the fucking truth. When the RCMP or any other police force anywhere in the world wants to know what you're doing, what you're saying in your vehicle, where you're going, what you're doing, they simply just put something on your car. So if this asshole retard had 4 fucking cop cars, which we know he did, and they're telling him, yeah, we know you're a bad guy, don't drive them. Guess what? Somebody would have put a tracker on his vehicle. So they know where he is at all times. So there's no fucking mystery in their minds on that day where these vehicles are.
No.
None whatsoever.
No.
They knew exactly where every single fucking vehicle involved in this was.
Yep. They had helicopters. They had helicopters.
Yep.
Debert, I think that was Mr. Moneypenny. And Mr. Moneypenny, I don't know if you caught it at the beginning, but I do once again extend my apology to you, sincerest apology to you, because you've been working really hard over there. Yeah, so all credit to you for doing great work. Everybody's working hard on this. You know, they had helicopters over in Debert. They had helicopters, according to Ellison, down in Portapic. They had helicopters here at Shuby. What in the hell's going on? You can't tell where this man is?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Something...
They knew exactly where Stevenson was and the other guy, on and on and on. They know exactly by the second where every single vehicle involved in this is. There's no way to get away from it.
So how much...
And the thing is, too, the RCMP, they can just get a hold, because, again, there's intelligence units that work together, and this information is shared all the time, and it's one phone call, and there's a satellite image, and bang, they're on it.
Okay, so
and that's not tinfoil. That's fucking truth.
We know, and that there's disinformation. They're going to sow disinformation intentionally. They're going to sow people.
Yes,
they're going to put people in the Discord. They're going to put people in here in watching the video, sticking stupid comments in here. Not saying anybody in particular. I'm not, because there's not. But they're going to get people off on different things to distract them. Equally, they're going to do the same thing with information coming out, because they're going to leak information that just to screw with people and mess them up. It's going through and sorting the wheat from the chaff, what is good or not. Do you think that this and people in the chat equally, hit maybe one for do you place validity in both this photo and the Facebook? Press 1 if you think that this Facebook stuff is real, because I don't know when this surfaced.
Well, okay, so again, I'm letting a lot out that fuck it. Okay, so yeah, I mean, they have shadow accounts on Facebook that look like regular people. They have they follow everybody, as we know. Like that thing that you were talking about a few minutes ago, the project. All they're doing now is they're just getting it into the public eye that, oh, well, we want this permission because we need this permission because, as you and I know, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. So what they're doing now is asking for forgiveness with this project. Yeah, I mean, but I don't think so. I think what we're looking at here.
Okay.
I think that, remember, there's people driving around all the time. People have cell phones. People have Facebook. People have Flickr. They have Twitter. They have Gab. I mean, on and on and on. And they share this stuff, and this is real time. I think
actually, sorry,
this is happening right. This is right as it happened.
Sorry,
this is right at the moment.
Yes, okay. And I think, the more I'm thinking about this, I think that's why they left the times on certain images and told you it was a different time, just to put the disinformation there to mess with people. Because they're like, oh, this doesn't add up, and that doesn't add up. And how many variables do you then have? You have, oh, well, this time is actually this time, so that doesn't fit this timeline, so this doesn't fit that timeline. And then you've got another video that has a different timeline, so that all affects each one of them. It's really, because why would you leave? Like, it doesn't make sense that you'd leave times on two of those photos and say, oh, absolutely, it's a different time. They're trying to screw with people.
You're 100%. You're actually right on you're hitting the nail on the head. Disinformation, misinformation, distraction. Because, I mean, right off the bat, you and Adrian and Steve were picking this apart.
And you.
And then I came in the third video. Yeah, I came in the third video.
And everybody here, everybody's picking this shit apart. And and the thousands over on Facebook, like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
People are really, and then they sit up there, they have the audacity to sit up there and say, oh, Canadians are supporting us. Everybody's behind it. Fuck you, man.
Well, again, everything they do, whether it's the budget or anything, this Liberal government, Canadians support us. Well, yeah, there are Canadians that support you, but it's not the majority. But you're not going to tell anybody that.
Well,
no politician ever will. But,
yeah, I differ with you on all the political. It doesn't matter what party you're in. This is a misnomer.
No, there's no parties. There's no parties.
No, when you get to a position of that power, they have enough dirt on everybody. They control people. And it's not controlled in this country. That's why they all do things that are counterproductive to the actual citizens. Doesn't matter what party you have in. Some of them are just slower at doing it. That's true.
Yeah.
But they still all do it. What am I drinking? Coffee. Iced coffee.
Yeah.
Anyways, so but this
well, cut that shit out, or I'm going to come over to your house with a bottle of scotch.
Oh yeah, I don't drink anymore. I don't.
I know. I'm just teasing you.
But
here's the thing. Like, we still can't stop doing this. Remember the phone conversation I had with you a couple of weeks ago, and no, you have to keep going. You have to keep digging and putting things together, and you have been. I was away from this for a while because of what's going on with me, but you folks have been. I mean, you've started a Discord, you've got the Facebook, you've got all these things are happening. These people are helping out, and you're still on this. You're still digging. I know that the other fellas in the background are doing what they're doing from their end. And we're going to hear from them very soon, I'm sure. And we have to keep doing this because here's the thing.
Well, the Derek guy is gone.
You and Adrian are friends with ConCan, with Tanya.
Sorry, Tara.
Oh, Tamara. Okay, and you were friends with her, and that's why you got on this in the first place, because she's got a lot to deal with the three very special people in her life she has lost. And there are 23 people in this. There are 23 families. There are 23 groups of friends. There are 23 people with coworkers or former coworkers, etc., school classmates, etc.
That's like hundreds, thousands of people
that are affected by this, and they have to do what they're doing on their end. And we have taken it upon ourselves to do what needs to be done so that they can grieve, but then down the road, when they are ready and they need to move to the next step, they will have everything that you and everyone that is following you is doing here. And that's why we can't stop.
No, we can't. We can't. And I'm seeing the which is really, it's really inspiring to see how people are working together. Because you're right. I would have probably done maybe a story or a few stories about this. I would have picked some things apart, and then it would have drifted into, with all the flood of the next stuff. But this one, doesn't. What was it I was saying to somebody the other day? It was Dawn, I think I was saying. Then they come for you, right? It hits so close to home. And these things keep happening. And when they happen and they hit really close to home, so, You know, the London Bridge attack hit close to home for my family because there was somebody there that was involved with that.
Okay.
That died here, a Calgarian girl. Friends with
Okay.
my mom, and my mom used to sit back and say, "Oh, you know, I'm an old lady. It's not going to affect me." And I'm like, "Mom, it's going to affect you." Boom! Sure enough, you know, a while later, there she is, dead, getting run down on, supposedly on London Bridge. And here's another one.
Yeah.
You know, Tara phones me at whatever the hell that time that was. It was like 12 midnight my time, and I'm like, I answered the phone. I remember answering the phone distinctly, and I was like, "Holy Christ, you're up late." You know, ha ha ha. And there she is. And I can just hear she just started crying. And she's like,
Yeah.
like, and I'm like, you know, this is, God presents these things to all of us if we just listen and work together.
Yeah.
We can do it. We can do it. I know we can.
Yeah. No, I've had those moments too. I'm not going to try and one up, but yeah, I remember. I've had those moments where you get a feeling, and then you either get the phone call or you, like in my case, I remember one time I walked in to my mom and dad's house. I lived there like an hour and a bit away, and I was going to visit them. And I walked in, and she said, "Sit down." And I just knew, you know. And it was the same in the military with friends in Afghanistan. Like, I wasn't in Afghanistan. I for various reasons ended up not going there. But I lost a lot of friends in Afghanistan, and every single time you'd get that call, you know. And so what Tara is going through, I understand completely, and I think, and again too, you and I haven't had that conversation, but you've alluded to the fact that you yourself in your life have had those moments, and you're saying it now, and yeah, we are in a position that we are not directly, personally overwhelmed by this, so we can do the things that those that don't have to do. They should not have to do. We are here doing it for them. And, you know, Aussie Cat just said in the chat a little bit ago that had it not been for this, he would not have met you. And it's just, you know, I mean, you and I had met before this on the phone, etc. Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't have met Adrian. I wouldn't have met these other folks and the people that now, like the other night, people are asking me to, you know, for information and to get in touch and everything else, because I recognize that these people that have been contributing since I've been away, and I'm seeing it now that I'm catching up on the videos, etc. We are a community, and we are developing these friendships, and call it a fortunate or an unfortunate friendship. It's still a friendship. It's a relationship, and we are able right now to. Oh, hang on, I got to get going here.
Okay.
I'll be right out, guys. Hang on, I'm on the phone.
All right.
But what we are doing is important, and we're able to do it because we come at this from a different angle.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, and it's just humanitarian. It's the right thing to do, you know, and hopefully one day it will be that way always. It won't have to hit so close to home that people are just like, this is, you know, hey, what the hell, man? We got to help that person.
Well, and again, too, this comes down to, I guess it's karma, if you want to call it that. But in my past, people have done this for me.
Yep.
Again, like I said, it's not just Afghanistan, but other things. But people will understand this. I lost 10 very close friends in Afghanistan. I mean, very, very, very brothers. And if you're in the military and you're in, you know, combat arms, etc., you'll know what that means. And, you know, there was times when I've received this. And so to give back is good.
Yes, and that's
Yeah.
the way to be a good human, a good friend, a loving person, irrespective of where you come from or what color you are or what religion or anything. It's just being a good person. I just find it so amazing to find people really grouping together on this and helping out and, you know, taking their own time to dig through, because we all know that it's going to come. It's going to come.
Yeah.
It will hit us personally, closer and closer
Okay,
and
so
closer.
I got to go.
All right.
So thank you very much for bringing me on. I hope I was able to help. Hello to everyone in the chat. Thank you very much. And there have been a couple of people that have requested that that through you, little gray cells, that we get in touch. I'll be in touch with you in the next couple of days to exchange information, and we'll go from there.
All right. Take good care, sir.
All right, good to go.
Okay, bye.
Good night.
So, yeah, he's working hard, and I know that there's just so much here. But we can do this. I know there's an answer between all of this. Now, somebody said that they may have had this photo, excellent dig up once again by Mr. Moneypenny, of the crime scene. Where did you get this from, sir? This is an awesome find. I've never seen anything about the crime scene at Gina Goulet's house. Gina Goulet's house. They cleaned that up so fast. And I think that's telling. You know, the rest of it they kind of left out there, but that one they yeah, Mr. Moneypenny's got good stuff here. This fucking red car again. You know. Here's your red car. Sorry, I'm just kind of reviewing different things here. There's been some really good stuff here put in. So thank you to everybody who's doing the hard work on lots of things here I haven't seen before. Excuse me. Oh. The warehouse with the 2 cop cars there. This business about him being a CI. Yeah, I like this. These, all of it, Wentworth. And then you mix up the locations. Why are they doing this? They're trying to throw people off intentionally. Feel free to reach out to me too, anybody, and we can, because I like to hear your guys' opinions on things. Like, look at this. This is awesome. Map of everything. And again, there's those ditch doctor keeps coming up. That time is sketchy too. There's certain areas that are sketchy for sure. So I mean, that's obviously Shub, that's at the end, that's Gina Goulet, that's cluster 2 as they refer to it as. Just these things aren't adding up. But I did see something about here's another great site for those of you that don't know. I don't know why Derek is gone. I think he was, I don't know, but this 40-gallon guy, if anybody ever wants to read on that. Will it do that? No, of course not, because it's not an overtop window. Thanks for that. Of course, that's not either. Here we go. This guy seems to know a lot of stuff about Mr. Wortman, and he does a lot of digging. I haven't been in contact with him, but I know that Steve has. Oh. Hello, hello.
Are we getting feedback?
I don't think so.
Okay. If you go to the picture that I sent you in private message.
On where? Sorry, on where? Hello?
I'm going to turn my volume down because I'm trying to watch you at the same time because I only got one phone. I sent you pictures of Gina Goulet. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I sent you pictures of Gina Goulet. One with the car prior to the shooting, obviously. Her dog is laying in the driveway, and her car is parked in the driveway.
This is on Facebook.
Okay.
Facebook?
Damn, I wish I could post pictures while I'm talking. I don't know if I sent them in Twitter message or in Facebook message, but I did send you those two pictures. And if not, they are for sure in Discord.
Loading. Okay, and they are? It's all a cluster.
Can you hold them up so I can see? I want to show you something.
Where are they on Discord?
I can see you. I don't know if I turn my volume down if I'll be able to hear you.
Yeah, you will. Just turn off your volume on the video. You can hear me.
Yeah, and I only got one phone, so I'm trying to hear you too.
Well, hopefully you don't need
I
5
have a
phones.
headset,
That would make it
I hear
messy.
feedback. Okay, if you go to the first picture.
Which one? Where am I looking?
Are we getting issues?
No, where am I looking for the first picture?
Oh, sorry. Go to Gina Goulet's house where her car, the one that Wortman ended up taking his last breath in, and her dog is laying in the driveway.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Can you pull that up so we can see? I want to show you something. Oh, see, I got to turn my volume up to hear you. You know what? How about if I text you the pictures?
There you go.
Yeah, I can tell we're getting feedback. I'll text you the pictures right now.
There's a picture. Is this the one you're looking for? Just give it a moment. It'll appear.
Oh.
Because the lag.
Seamus, I'm so sorry. We're getting feedback. I'm going to have to hang up. But I will text you right now.
Feedback from where? Mute the video.
Well, I am.
Mute the video.
You're not, but I am.
Mute the video. Okay, and there she goes. Okay, I think this is the photo she's looking for. I'm not exactly sure. Still hoping. Mr. Moneypenny, are you here, sir? Where did you get the photo? Of the police in the. Oh. of Gina Goulet cleanup crime scene. I'm not sure what Ozzy was looking for here. You can't talk and have a video going on the background. It's just like having a phone call, Ozzy. Yeah, okay, what am I looking for here in this picture? I'll bring it back up again. What is it that you're looking for? There's a dog laying on the ground. Let's see. Give me one moment, please. Technical stuff. Bad driver. We just had it, but I thought she sent it to me there. But of course not. It was somebody joining, so welcome. Welcome, welcome. There's Gina Goulet. There's the dog. Okay. Ginger, Mr. Moneypenny says. Okay. It's the Aussie pick. Where did you get the photos from the of the crime scene? That's amazing. I've never seen that before. Because I'd like to have a time frame. I know that they cleaned that up like in a few days, if that. It was done by at least the maximum period of time. I think it was 3 days. That crime scene was cleaned up, and I think it was to do with the car. What car was located there? Let's see. Maybe she's texted something here. I don't know. No. So I don't know what you're talking about, Ozzy. I'm not sure. What is this? Facebook nonsense. God, that thing is just all this stuff. Oh, what happened? Okay. Now look back in the back. Do you see the shed? I see the shed. Okay. Looking back and seeing the shed. Not the green one. Now, if you notice the picture with the police one, the other shed is gone. Okay. Oh, I see. Off here on the left. Right. Okay. And the relevance of that is? Do remember that Google's drive-by only takes place every few years. So maybe she didn't like her shed, but I'm not sure how what turns on that exactly. Catch me up, please, Little Miss So-It-All. How's it going? If I smoked as much as you, I'd be poor. Thanks. Thank goodness for reserve smoke. Oh, I don't know. Whatever. God provides. God provides. Cigarettes. So the shed is gone. What am I looking for on the shed? The dog picture is in summer. Is in summer. Well, sorry, Little Miss So, it was about kind of just things in general, how there's a lot of new things popping up, and the one The one in particular was the picture, this one picture, which is come to light, which was this one, where you have no people, no cars on fire, and some kind of silver SUV. And at 10:55. Interesting. Okay. Eyes to see and ears to hear. I'm still waiting on what the relevance of the shed is. I can't see what turns on that. However, I can see what turns on the fact of when this photo was taken or how you obtained it. Not saying, pointing fingers or anything. I'm saying where can we look at this original one, because this is very interesting. I'd like to know when this was taken. They cleaned up that crime scene so fast. They wanted that one out of the picture. Why? Why so quickly? I think it had to do with what car was parked there and what took place down there. You found the picture on Facebook. Somebody took it. No other information. Delay is awesome. I like delay. Another thing that we covered, Little Miss So, was the changing Google image, which now they've kind of sketched in this. It was there before, but they've made it look like there's a road here connecting the Brown Loop from Portapique. So the police look like the RCMP look like, oh, he just turned down this road and he drove out, when in reality, even if you zoom in, you can see there's still lots of trees and stuff here. It's not a road. I think I did a side-by-side of that. What was that? They kind of changed things a little bit. Just a little bit. Brown Loop Road is a garbage road. There was why do you need a second device? Don't worry about it. Just talk. I can bring up the photos and all of that, Ozzy, but you just don't watch YouTube. That's all. Just talk on the phone. I'll call you back. I think you're making things complicated. Just talk on the phone like you're talking on the phone. Okay? Here you go. We'll try this again.
Hi, Seamus.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm getting feedback, and I don't want your listeners to.
Is there still feedback?
I get it on my end. I don't know if you do.
No feedback over here.
Okay.
It's because if you have something else open watching YouTube, you have to turn it off. Because there'll be lag. There's lag.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. You can only have... So just talk on the phone. Don't worry about the YouTube part.
Okay. So I don't know if it's irrelevant or not that shed seems to have disappeared, but it just seems odd to me that buildings have burnt down. There is disposing of evidence. There is a picture that I found on Facebook. I don't know how old it is. I could probably find it again to find out how new it is. I did find it on Facebook because why is that shed mysteriously missing?
Why does it matter?
Sorry?
I'm trying to understand the relevance.
Well, me too.
No, I'm trying to
Exactly.
understand why it's even a thought. Like, does it matter if they built a shed, changed a shed, have a shed? Is Gabriel
No,
Wortman
again,
hiding in
not
the shed?
because really, but what if they disposed of it? But I don't know. I'm still digging.
I don't personally, I would not sidetrack my time with a shed.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems like a kind of a,
Like big stretch.
well, there's no stretch. If Gina had a shed and doesn't have a shed, maybe I'm missing something, but it doesn't seem important to me. If she has a doghouse and doesn't have a doghouse, frankly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where Gabriel Wortman is driving or what he's doing because she has a shed or doesn't have a shed.
And also, I read it somewhere that either he owned her property and rented it to her, or he wanted her property. And I can't get back to that post. I wish I could find it. She was also adventurous.
Well, that is relevant, whether she owned the property or not. But again, of course, anybody in chat who knows any different can jump in. Please do on anything. I have never heard reference to the fact that
I did.
Oh, you did.
I did.
On Facebook?
Yes, and I wish, like, I screenshot so much that my phone is blowing up, and I typically don't delete anything until after everything's all done. But so my phone is like full. But I did read, but I can't remember if it said he either wanted the property or he owned the property. And damn it, I'm almost thinking, I almost think that he did own it and she rented it. But damn it, I got to go back and look again.
Well, that's fairly, I think that, somebody in here, if Blue is still here,
Somebody may know.
you can pull titles. You can pull titles on things. I mean, it's not super difficult. If somebody who does have the ability to put titles. Oh, sorry. This is Ozzy on the phone. If somebody in the chat has the ability to pull titles, that would be interesting note, I suppose, to find out if Gabriel owned her property. I'm still not seeing the relevance. The picture, I believe, on the bottom with the car is taken. That's Google Earth. It's a drive-by. Somebody's done that with Google Maps, so it's just an old picture. It's like somebody driving by your house. So if the car is there when they drive by, then the car is there. It's
and
not relevant. Sorry?
The dog that's laying there, that's Ginger.
Yep.
That dog got shot twice and
Yep.
survived.
Yep. But what turns on that?
It could be just my spidey senses tingling, and I mean, we've been down this road now for 2 months.
Well, I agree. Like finding little inconsistencies and things like that, they're interesting, but being able to prioritize and triage what is pertinent information in terms of, like, let's say if you
really really not going to put my tinfoil hat on because I didn't make one yet. I really like yours. I haven't made one yet. But in my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
what if a dog attacked? That's a big German Shepherd, and I owned a German Shepherd, and they are extremely protective. So what if it was a dog bite that we see all bandaged up?
On Morrison. On Morrison?
Yes.
That could be. His wounds aren't
A gunshot. You would not be waving at the crowd. Sorry.
the absence of, but this is commonplace with oh balls. I don't have the picture there. His injuries do seem to be odd given what they're saying. He was shot in a car.
I think that either he got wounded in a fire, or it could be something else. There is no way that was a gunshot wound and you come out giving a high five to the crowd. Sorry. That is bullshit. Oh, sorry. Swear jar.
Well, if we're doing swear jar, I'm bankrupt.
Yeah, me
No, I would agree. His wounds are perplexing.
And why does he have facial wounds?
The facial wounds does bother me.
I'm just throwing this to the wind. Did that dog jump in his face? Like, I don't know. I'm just.
Is the reason he's wearing a hat? Is there a reason he's wearing a hat? Is there more that we're not seeing underneath the hat? Is he got bandages under there or something? I don't know. Or is there,
Does the shed mean anything? I don't know.
I don't think the shed does. It's very important to not lose yourself with all of the data, because there's a lot of data, and being able to triage. So this is the way I'm coming at it, and feel free to disagree with me, or anybody in the chat obviously disagree with me. What is the goal? So my goal from the beginning of this, which I hope maybe some other people are on board with, would be that you take the RCMP to the court.
Absolutely.
And then you depose people and you're able to ask certain questions to them.
Yep.
Now, how do you get them into court?
I would love to have you standing at the front of the courtroom and cross-examining every single police officer involved in this case. Every single. I would sit beside you like white on rice.
Well, thank you.
I'd be there.
So then the next question in my mind logically is how do you get them to court? So how you get them to court is you prove negligence, their negligence. Now, how do you prove their negligence? Proving negligence is by saying, listen, you could have stopped this here and you didn't. And why did you not? And if there is a clear line between all of the reasons why you couldn't prevent that, then you can literally sue.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Whether somebody has a shed or not on their property, not relevant. I can't, as a lawyer, you can't take that to court and say, listen, here's my evidence that you were negligent because Gina Wortman doesn't have a shed on her piece of property.
Oh, no.
It's not going to, and I'm just kind of sticking with the meat and potatoes of timeline's a problem, How do you have a problem with the timeline? How do you have a problem with all of the guns? Sorry?
The timeline is a huge problem. You cannot be in two places at once.
No.
When the third hall got shot up, he was already in a different direction.
Okay, so that's probably legally that would be a separate case. That would be a case for the people affected in the Onslow Hall, fire hall. So that would be the EMTs and the fire brigade and any of the possibly people that were shot at, witnesses, whatever, then suing and saying, listen, you guys fucked up here because you put our lives in danger. That sadly doesn't have relevance on, it does have some relevance, but to show that they're incompetent, but it doesn't necessarily have relevance on how did the RCMP contribute directly to Gabriel Wortman and allowing Gabriel Wortman to become this quote menace, whether the Onslow thing. So that again, very interesting, and that one is a very viable case. If I were any of the people involved at the Onslow Fire Hall, I would definitely sue. I would sue if I was an EMT member, but you're suing only on the it's not negligence causing death of anything to do with Gabriel Wortman. That's just, you've placed my life in danger due to your sheer incompetence, and I'm suing you because my life was in danger. So this is why I'm just kind of trying to stay with where are the inconsistencies? Can we draw the timeline? The timeline does have relevance because, but even more so, it was the precursor events that led up to it. So those are very important. All of the warnings that the RCMP had and failed to do anything about it. So why did you not deal with it then? And that was then led to the event that transpired. So that's very relevant. The timeline is relevant in terms of what were the actions that the RCMP did or did not do on that day that contributed to other people dying. So you could have the argument could come from the very beginning, which would be because of all the events of 2010 and 11, up until recently 2001, till current that day, April 18, till April 18, that contributed to the 22 people dying. You can then also make an argument of how did let's just say you don't do that one. Then you can say 13 people die at Portapique. What here did you do at that one? How many of those deaths are you negligent in causing? And most certainly there is an argument post Portapique, so post the deaths of 13 people. So that's O'Brien, that is Heislip, that is Weber, etc. Those people dying, Stevenson, are as a result of you not being able to do your job on the 19th. And this is why, because you did not blockade those roads. You but a shed is not relevant, or the injury sadly on Mr. Sorry?
Because it was just interesting because one picture prior to the cruiser being there and the police officers, the shed was there. The second picture I found was the police officers were there and the shed was gone.
But how would that, what is your goal? Have you determined what your goal is through all this?
My goal is to get answers for victims, for Tara, who everybody wants the truth. That's all.
Okay, so how do you?
I
What,
just want answers for the people that can't speak. People died.
I agree. So how do you do that? What is your plan of attack?
To hold them accountable for their screw up.
No, okay, and how do you do that?
I don't know how we do
Like
that.
you have to. It's a linear argument. It's a linear process. So point A to B. So how do you get the justice for people or the truth for people that have been affected by this? How do you do that?
Exactly. How do we do that? I'm learning.
You sue them.
I'm learning by you.
Sue them. It's very clear. Like I don't know if I've been unclear about that, but I have been saying that since the beginning. You build a case for negligence causing death. A civil case for negligence causing death. Then you sue them. Once you sue them, you can depose them. I think you would get an objection right quick for asking about a shed, but
No, that's minor. It was just odd to me. But I believe in my heart we have enough,
fire all lives matter.
like literally. Like their timelines just don't jive for one shooter. It just doesn't work.
Well,
It does
again,
not work. And why would he do loop-de-loops?
but is that one shooter versus 3 shooters versus 10 shooters? How does that have relevance on a case against the RCMP for negligence?
But why are they lying?
Sorry?
It doesn't have relevance, but why are they lying? What are they hiding?
Oh, they're hiding something, but you have to get them to a place where they have to be answered to.
Yeah.
The only place that you can get that, in my opinion, just by prior knowledge and of other cases and legal matters, is you have to establish a case, and that is the goal. That is my goal. I hope that other people share that common goal, because that needs to be clarified. If people don't, then okay, fair. I am totally open to other alternatives, but given my in my experiences in life and my knowledge of events that have transpired in the past, particularly due with the RCMP, you know, and I do have knowledge of certain cases where the RCMP has been not let's just say not above board, then you have to establish a case, because the public inquiry that people are crying for, I would say, please brush up on Don Dunphy, because Don Dunphy will definitely clarify things. The judge clarifies things. He said, what? Dead man can tell no tales. That's what you're going to get.
Right.
Because Gabriel Wortman can't answer any questions. So they're going to say, well, they're going to go around and they're going to push paper. Hundreds of thousands of exhibits would be in this case. So it would be very, very lengthy, and you will get no answers. And it will cost a lot of money. You will get no answers because you, Ozzy, or Yessie, or Tracy, or myself, or Mr. Moneypenny, have no voice. Now, you do have a voice if you have a lawyer representing you, because the lawyer is acting for you. And so you sue them. We collectively sue them for civil damages.
It's breaking my heart for so many people that are involved, and because I really love Tara, really with all my heart, and she's been through the ringer and back, and people are so cruel.
Yes, they are.
I don't even have words. Like, I'll cry thinking about it. And I just want the truth for her. She lost her entire family.
Well, okay, that's established. That is established. I'm not meaning to be to cut you short on that. That is the goal. We all understand that one. I think we all are in the same boat. I don't think there's anybody here who doesn't want the truth. That would be, so restating that over and over is probably not. I'm very much about, and that's me in my personal life, action. Words are very good, but what are you going to do? So what do you do? What do you do?
We stand together and we fight.
How do you fight?
Against this injustice, and we take them to court, and we make them tell the truth under the oath. Put your hand on the Bible.
Okay, so how do you get them to court?
You take them to court by actually proving that they lied, and we have evidence.
Okay, yeah, and what that's why I'm simply saying, it's very good to entertain all kinds of things, but you can get lost. What I'm trying to say is you can get lost in the minutia, and there is a ton of minutia. Whether a tree is standing somewhere, whether and I'm guilty of that equally. But I do understand what I'm going after. Like, if I can say, listen, those photos you have there that you provided to us clearly aren't true. And I can take that to a judge and he will look at it and he will say, well, yes, apparently, I can look at this, just like that conversation that I had with Mr. Coulter, right? And where in the conversation, Mr. Coulter is like, well, it could be like this and it could be like that. And then I just hit him with a couple of few facts. And then he's like, well, clearly that's impossible. I have now argued my point to prove to him that that's not true. So if we know something isn't true, then we can have, I'm not explaining myself well, but you have to have a game plan, and the game plan has to have evidence. And in order to have evidence, you have to have evidence that's relevant.
I think we do.
To negligence. And a shed isn't relevant to negligence.
Shed is relevant. I'm just saying. But I'm pretty sure with everything that we've got, with Mr. Moneypenny, with so many of us that are involved, I'm pretty sure we've got a pretty damn good case just to have a hearing.
We do. But, you need, Mr. Coulter was very right when he said that. You need something that's fairly concise, which is organized. So you have a timeline. It's like that timeline that somebody developed right there at the beginning.
If I had money, Seamus, if I had money, I would literally go to Nova Scotia. I would drive and video every crime scene from their timeline.
Right.
It is physically impossible.
Yes.
And we know.
Yes, and that is very relevant. That's very, very, very relevant. So something like this is it doesn't prove negligence at this point in time, but you throw in other details here. You throw in eyewitness accounts which say, Mr. Ellison's statement, for instance, which is why, funnily enough, I think
and why did he retract his statement? Well, somewhat.
Yes.
It's so strange. I don't even understand.
Which is a very good question that you can once you have a case established, you can call him and you can say, well, it seems very odd. Mr. Ellison, that say on the 20th, you swore out this warrant, or you gave a statement to the RCMP that said that you were walking down a beach with your brother. And yet we have you on tape saying 2 days later you were in a house with your father. Now, which one of these is true? Which one? And that at that point, then he has to answer that. Then you can say to him, well, why did you say such and such? And at that point, funnily enough, I think you will get the answer of, well, I didn't actually say that I was walking down the beach with my brother.
Yeah.
And you can also introduce things like, where was Mr. Ellison's brother body recovered? As in Corey Ellison. Where was Corey Ellison's body recovered? According to the RCMP, it was on the beach.
I heard two different stories.
Exactly. So these are kinds of things that are, I'm thinking down the line. So we've already now got the case. So it's kind of like, what can you ask that will show, in this case, perjury on the RCMP's part, because they sat there before a justice and swore this warrant out. And they knew differently, because we can then subpoena for the actual witness statement from Clinton Ellison. We can get it.
And why did they remove their tweets?
There you go. You can ask those kinds of things, but you have to be able to establish a case of negligence causing death. As in, the RCMP could have done something to have prevented this, and they failed to do so. And because they failed to do so, sorry?
If you went to court tomorrow and pleaded for a hearing, you'd already win, because they'd be screwed just by their timeline and retracting all of their comments. You'd all be, if you had a fair judge.
That the timeline does not necessarily prove that they're negligent. What does prove that they're negligent is such as you had a helicopter in the area. The helicopter saw the car, you knew what car that was, and you failed to stop it. You knew where the guns were located. That's a very critical one. Very, very critical. You knew where the guns were located according to the intelligence briefing of what year was that? 2011, I believe it was 2011. The complaint was registered that wanted to kill a cop. The following police departments received that: Truro, Halifax, and then because of the fact that one of those properties of Mr. Wortman's, the very one in question, where the guns were said to have been, were on Portapique Beach Road, and that falls in Colchester County, and Colchester County is under RCMP jurisdiction, and they were said to have been located behind a flue, according to the chimney flue in a secret compartment, according to the actual intelligence statement. This is why the shredders were running crazy. The shredders have been running crazy with the RCMP since day one. But they haven't gone crazy for Truro, and they haven't gone crazy for Halifax, so they have the actual documentation. CBC dug it up. I don't know why exactly. CBC has a bit of its own agenda, but anyway, they have the actual document, which says on it, apparently, again, that's hearsay because I haven't actually seen the statement, but apparently in the statement, it does say the guns are located in a secret compartment behind the chimney at the following address on 200 Portapique Beach Road. And Colchester County did respond. They did get the memo. They did go out to the house, and they failed to act on that. They knew that they were dealing with a man who was dangerous from prior reports, prior convictions, and additionally, this man did not have a valid gun license. So they had probable cause to do a search, and they failed to do so. Halifax did. I believe Halifax did on the Dartmouth property. Now, why did the RCMP not? Now, if they had located the guns, perhaps we wouldn't have the incident today. This is why the argument that you can develop just to get your foot in the door, because you need your foot in the door to take them to court. Once you have your foot in the door, then that's a totally different ballgame. Now you can start asking all kinds of questions, but you have to get them there. And you're dealing with an entity, first of all, that has pockets that are extraordinarily deep, because that's your pocket and my pocket and everybody else's pocket as taxpayers, right? And so they have lots and lots of lawyers to defend them, and they are going to defend themselves to the hilt. But people do have evidence, and evidence can bring a case. And it's sad because people don't use that in this country. And it has been, I don't talk about my own stuff in my own life, but I can assure you that books have been written on my grandmother as to what she did, and certain communities, let's say, in this country are have certain rights because she and a couple of people got together and started that. And she was a lawyer, and she had then got a couple more lawyers on board, and she went and she argued the Privy Council. She argued in Parliament. She argued Privy Council before, for the Queen, and won. Sorry?
They knew about a shooter. I'm just going to not put, no tinfoil, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So they knew about Swartman on the 18th at, I don't know, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, whatever it was.
Yes.
Okay. Why? They knew there was potentially an active shooter. Why didn't they call in the HPS?
Well, they specifically, to the best of my knowledge, requested that Amherst and Truro, which both offered their services, they said no. So there you go. This is like Loretta is saying here. So this again is negligence. They could have utilized other resources that were there at their disposal, and they failed to do so. That led to the deaths of 22 people.
Thank you. So what are they hiding? They didn't want any other jurisdiction in there because
that's speculative at that point. I mean, I can speculate. I'm sure everybody has all kinds of different opinions, but they're speculative. Why did Mr. Wortman clearly, in my opinion, was somebody. Sorry?
If I was caught, and just FYI, Seamus, you already know this, I was a guard for the Ontario Provincial Police for some years.
Yes.
Well, the stress got to the best of me, and I had to go. But I was a guard, and I'm going to tell you, if there was an active shooter in my area, and at the time, Loretta knows this, I lived in Sioux Lookout, Ontario, and Dryden would have got called in, Kenora would have got called in, Thunder Bay would have got called in. They would have got toppered in. An active shooter there would have been like major in my small town. And I live in a community of 5,000 people.
Yes.
Why didn't they bring in, and this is a small community of 100 people, why didn't they bring in another jurisdiction ASAP? Why? What were they hiding?
Well, again, that's speculation, and you'd have to have them under oath, and
You can tell me it's about overtime and paying somebody when there's a flippin' shooter. Bullshit.
I've never heard that argument from them. I've never heard that it has anything to do with overtime.
Oh, I read it. I regret it.
No, I would say that falls fairly low on the tree. No, I would say that there are things clearly that they're burying. I would go along with the theory of Mr. Palango to it. I mean, that I don't know whether he was a confidential informant or not, but they were clearly covering for him all over the place. They were covering for him, whether it was people's properties. He was pulling scams on them, and they were aware of that. And they did, they would act on the behest of Mr. The sheriffs did, for sure. I know that the sheriffs did.
They knew he had the cruiser. They told him not to drive it, keep it on a trailer.
Exactly.
Who said that? Oh my God! If I had a cruiser in my backyard fully loaded, are you kidding? I would already be locked up.
Yes, you would.
I'm in Ontario. And I'm telling you, I would already be locked up.
Yes, you would. You would. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. So there, in my opinion, but again, it's just my opinion, RCMP were covering, and that was the whole from the word go. And I've never changed my opinion. I'm pretty sure you can start on the first video. The Twitter line, the use of Twitter was simply to cover for their own mistakes that they knew that they had made. Now, what those mistakes are, I'm not sure. Whether that's because Mr. Wortman was a confidential informant, maybe. Maybe it's because Mr. Wortman, the absolute sheer incompetence on their part, which I don't believe. I don't believe it was sheer incompetence, because it was over and over and over and over. Paul, I mean, you listen to Paul Wortman. Paul Wortman is like, okay, I contacted my brother, Paul Wortman being Mr. Wortman's father, Gabriel's father. And he's like, he threatened me. He threatened me. He'd already been beating me up. And then he threatened to kill me. And I heard about it through my brother, Glenn. So I called my brother, I don't remember who it was, Chris. I'm not sure which brother he called, because there's two RCMP brothers. And I called them, and they said, deal with call the RCMP right now. So I phoned over to the closest detachment. He says he thinks it was Bible Hill. Okay, he calls Bible Hill and makes a report. Now there is a report made. There was, then in turn, he said he called numerous times. They never heard anything, and then he called back finally, and he said, what's going on with that? Oh, well, we went out and we had a discussion with him. But he said he doesn't have any guns. There you go, guns again. Doesn't have any guns, and and he didn't threaten you. And Paul Wortman rightfully says, well, what the fuck do you expect? That he doesn't use that language, but he pretty much does almost. He's like, what do you expect? Of course he's not going to say, yes, I have guns, and yes, I threatened my father. So the RCMP did make the call, didn't go out and visit with him, and they failed to act on it once again. This is negligence. One more piece of negligence. So you just keep establishing all of the different negligence cases. Brenda Forbes, another negligence. Sorry?
There is so much negligence in this case. So much.
Yep.
So in my opinion, if you have a fully loaded cruiser, you have a complete, 100% legit uniform. You hit the border.
No, not uniform. Uniforms,
Okay.
plural, of RCMP and Halifax PD and a police badge.
Okay.
Those are established facts.
So he could come back and forth across the border, which is right there. He could go bring weapons back legally. He's not going to get stopped at the border.
No, I don't know Canada Border Patrol Services, but I do know that he did go down. He did go down to apparently to Massachusetts to I forget the name of the town, to a GM dealership and picked up a package which contained a gun. He did go there and pick that up. Now, did he use the RCMP cruiser? I have no idea.
Now, here's something that I learned today.
Or he used it to the border and then, somehow. But again, that's speculative.
Okay, I just learned this today.
Mm-hmm.
Gabriel Wortman had a associate or like a business partner that passed away.
Oh, he has several. He has several partners. Several partners.
Okay, well, this business partner passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently he left his gun to Gabriel.
Singular gun, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I read this today on the group, and this person said, you can't quote, well, I can quote it, but it doesn't mean anything because you can't back it up. But he had this business partner who passed away weirdly. I don't know the details because I can't get the name yet. As soon as I get the name, I will dig. But regardless, Gabriel Wortman may have gotten his gun license and bought them through that license. I don't know. I haven't done the research yet, but I read it today.
I am not aware of anything like that.
4 hours ago.
I believe that the RCMP probably it would be in their best interest to say, it would be, I guarantee you, in their best interest to say, at one point in time, Mr. Wortman did have a gun license. He did purchase unregistered guns, and then he kept them. And his gun license was revoked. They would say that, and they would have a very good defense then. The reason they haven't said that is because it never existed. It serves them well to say that he has a gun license, if in fact he ever did. But he didn't.
Oh, absolutely.
He didn't.
It serves them well. Absolutely it does. It serves them well, 100%. Them keeps saying that they knew. I put a link in the Discord tonight,
Mm-hmm.
and it was from CBC, and it said, and it's from a long time ago, believe it or not, it's from the CBC, that it was about the email that mysteriously went missing,
Mm-hmm.
and the RCMP couldn't figure out how come these emails went missing.
Oh, here.
And the emails
Here.
were
Are
about-
you? Hopefully, here. Just hold on 1 second, and I'll show you how. You'll hear it. I'll show you how the emails went missing. This is how the emails went missing.
I can't see because I can only talk. I can't see.
That's how the emails went missing. Shred.
Somebody has to tell me what I can see the chat, but I can't.
No, it was just my shredder in the background. That's how the emails went missing. Deleted and then shredded. All records of Mr. Wortman I can guarantee you the shredder was going crazy. If he was in fact a CI, oh, they've been going overtime. But that's why things end up going missing, because it ends up in their favor. This is not about missing. The argument is really a non-starter to say, oh, things got misplaced, or we didn't know about that, or blah blah. This is a lot of psychological warfare trying to tell you, oh, it was just an accident. Sorry about that. No. That was very purposeful. Truro knew about it. Halifax PD knew about it. They had numerous cases on file. The RCMP clearly had numerous cases on file. And it's their benefit to say, oh, well, we just didn't know. They didn't talk to us. So the fact that there are some good, and I think this is what is working in everybody's favor, is because there are some good, of course there are some really good police officers who are out there who are like, this is absolute shit. I mean, we told them about this guy, or they knew about it. For them to say, oh, but we didn't know, is a total lie. We have the documentation to prove it.
Yeah.
So, I'm kind of my brain works in very different ways than a lot of people's, but it is.
Well, you have the legal brain.
Plan of action. What is your goal? How do you get to your goal?
Exactly.
And then I plan very far along in terms of say like the idea that, oh, you're going to suddenly float about the push bumper wasn't real. Well, okay, I'll present to you why is it that Mr. Wortman, who is such a meticulous person, who has apparently a welding shop basically on call, has used them for 2 to 3 dozen motorcycles. The quality of the car has been stated apparently by an RCMP member to be a show car. You're going to put a toilet paper roll on it? No. This is
the welding shop where he supposedly spent the night. Sorry. Fake. Didn't happen. That's where he left and changed his clothes. Didn't happen. None of that was real.
I would agree. But again, that's speculative. You have to use hard facts.
Absolutely.
To get the foot in the door.
You do. I don't. I can say it the way I see it. On that, the way I see it, the first day that that couple came out and said, oh my goodness, like, we could have had our staff here. It could have been so bad. And you know what? I freaking near bought it for about 3 seconds. And then I'm like, wait a minute. BS, because that didn't happen. How do you get permanently pressed clothes from the back 40 that look like they just came out of the dry cleaners, permanently pressed?
Oh, sorry, that's not at the welding shop. The boot, singular parade boot, and the holster was at the parade shop.
Sorry.
The clothes were recovered at Gina Wortman's. Yes.
I was getting confused. But regardless, even about the clothes, like, the guy just said a bunch of fires. There's no muck.
Mm-hmm.
There's no, his car is immaculate.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm not a rocket scientist, but I'm not a dummy.
No, you're not. No, you're not. So I'm just trying to, these are all very, very valid points. And again, that's for down the road. It is, you need your foot in the door first, the case.
Yeah, I know, I agree.
And you have to, in order to sue, you have to have some fairly...
Concrete, or at least, you're not going to get in the door of the courtroom unless you have a valid case.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure we do. Pretty sure we do.
It is
Like,
not. It is not. It is not presentable at this point in time. It is presentable, but you need to be able to have something like a book, you know, and you can go and you can say, here you go. Here is why I feel the following things. Plus, you say, if you do this, I guarantee you save a shit pile of money with your lawyer. It's always good to have your questions and your paperwork in order with your lawyer. But if he can just go through and quickly flip and look, okay, I see that in 2013, the police were warned. Here is the document to prove that they were warned and they failed to act on it. Okay, yes, Appendix B.
That link.
Sorry?
I posted that link in Discord tonight that they were warned in like 2011.
Oh, they've been warned numerous times. 2001, 2000, twice in 2011, 2013, 2000.
Yeah.
There was one more,
So
at least.
when he laid the boot for that kid, and when he punched that kid, and then he had a friend with a tire iron that came out and beat that kid,
Mm-hmm.
a 15-year-old kid.
Mm-hmm.
He was sentenced to 9. He wasn't sentenced to any jail time.
No, 9
But he
months
was
probation.
To 9 months anger management.
No, that was a condition that he attend anger management classes, to which I don't believe he did, but it was 9 months probation that he received.
Oh, sorry. But regardless, he was supposed to do anger management. He's never done it. There's no record. And trust me, I searched.
Yep. No, I agree.
So
but again, a lawyer can ask for these things, whereas a lay person cannot, because they can
So why
subpoena
does
the
nobody
document.
follow up?
Sorry?
Why does nobody follow up if this dude is such a hothead? And trust me, if that was my kid that he beat, are you kidding me? Like, I would have been at the courthouse every flipping week. Like, come on. He's not doing his time. I would have been there, like, seriously. I would have been there like a fat kid on a Smartie.
Well, the person the individual that was assaulted, who's no longer a minor, has chosen to remain anonymous on this one. I say that they're I think a fairly good feeling that the people involved in this story are fearful and or have been coerced to into non-disclosures. But
it's just supposed to sign here.
But that still doesn't negate the fact that there are documents out there, there are police reports out there which prove that the RCMP had ample warning that this man was, and again, you don't need to get into the tinfoil. You don't need to get into, well, what was he doing? Was he smuggling phosphorus? Was he, child trafficking or anything? All you have to do is just stick with pretty basic stuff, like where are the reports? And because you did not act on those reports, a man was able to amass police cars, guns, and you failed to act on it. And because you failed to act on it, 22 people died.
1,000%.
And that's
didn't act on the first. Absolutely, Seamus. I could literally hug you right now. That was the most best comment you made. Because why didn't you follow up? Why?
Again, that's speculative. But I would say they had very good reason to, just as they had very, very good reason to use Twitter as opposed to using the emergency alert.
Oh,
they did not want people to know about what happened because they were hoping they were hoping, and this is my opinion, but I'm 100% feel fine with it. They were hoping that they could bury this one, and maybe Mr. Wortman would kill a few people, burn down some buildings, and then they could just get rid of the evidence and say, oh, well, no, there was no police car. That this was just, pure speculation on other people. We conducted the searches, and there was nothing there, and there's nothing to see here. It's just a guy who went a little bit crazy, and we managed to take him down in Port-a-Pic. But it totally got out of their hands because they were trying to cover their own ass the entire way. So because they didn't have Amherst involved, because they didn't have Truro involved, because they told Halifax PD, fuck off. I mean, that takedown in which is seemingly utter bullshit, how it was done. But the takedown was taken down in Halifax Regional Police territory. And it was the RCMP who circumnavigated them, and didn't just circumnavigate them. They told the Halifax PD, do not get involved. Just like they've told everybody, because loose lips sink ships. They had to keep it in-house. Let's bring them in from New Brunswick, because if we keep them in with New Brunswick, anybody who gets out of line here, you're fired if you say anything.
Dead men tell no tale.
On this one, it is just if you have other police departments who are involved, i.e., like the internal intelligence document, which was circulated around about Mr. Wortman's threats to police. If you have other departments involved, they have records and they have members, and they can act in their own free capacities. If it's kept within RCMP, the RCMP's control, as in, okay, we don't get Amherst involved. Instead, we get our own members from New Brunswick to come in. Therefore, we can just order our members, listen, and members know, oh my God, we know how anybody who does anything in this organization is dealt with. That gets out of line. They get fired. They absolutely get railroaded. We've seen it with the sexual assault cases, how, people, we know members who have committed suicide because of going against the RCMP. So we won't. We know that as members of the RCMP. But if you say, guess what? Yes, we need help, which would be the logical and the right and humane thing to do. We need help here. We can't deal with this all on our own. We need everybody to come in involved. Truro, Halifax, I don't care, anybody, any police department, let's get them all involved, because we got to take down somebody who's a madman. Well, then you've got all these other departments that you have no control over. They have no control. Brenda Lucky can't go to somebody in Kinsella, in the Halifax Police Department, in Kinsella's jurisdiction, can't say, Brenda Lucky can't go and say, I mean, she can pressure him and she can make things very difficult for him, but she can't say to him, you do this or you're fired. No, he's going to do his own thing. He's his own police department. But if you keep it all in-house, all RCMP, then you can use that. And they know that. And that's what they used the entire time. Let's keep it in-house. We don't want anybody else because they're going to talk out.
What crime scene, and I'm being serious, what crime scene have you ever seen in your entire life? And I don't know what you know or where you've been or what you've seen in your life, where they don't want the public to see if there's a dead body. Ever.
Well, they do this.
It's always they keep the public back. Even at a crash site, like it's a kilometer back, if there's a fatality on the highway, why would, if they shot him through the windshield, which, anyways, I'll just stick to the facts. If they shot him through the windshield, why would they drag the guy out, lay him on the ground, and handcuff the dead guy?
Because it was all a public show. Why was there 7,000 police officers there when, in their own words, they say there's one tactical unit with a tactical member and a K9 officer, so that means 2 people and 1 vehicle, and what do you see? Oh, you see hundreds of police officers, well, not hundreds, I don't know, probably 100 maybe, numerous police vehicles you see, and all the press is there. And they're all posing. This is why they did that. Because they wanted to save face. Because they knew they were in deep shit. So they immediately do that. It was a PR campaign from word go. And then you have to put out the fucking hero. And so they made poor Heidi. And, you know, if I was Heidi Stevenson or Heidi Stevenson's family, I would be very, very upset that they're using me to cover for their own mistakes, because they want that shield. It's like a lot of things. You can't talk to me because you're being racist, or you can't do anything because that's anti-Semitic, or you can't do anything because we have a dead person in our midst. That doesn't change the facts. That doesn't change anything. Just because you have a member who died, maybe actually it makes it far worse because your member died due to your negligence.
Freaking right.
So you can't sit back and say, don't ask us any questions because we had somebody who died. No, actually, that is a no-brain argument. Logic, toilet.
If you ask me no questions, I can tell you no lies.
Well, and that's what they will lose everybody if they let up. And I guarantee you, dollars to donuts, if you have a public inquiry, nothing is going to happen. Zip. Maybe they might throw one person under the bus. I highly doubt it because, look, to this point, you haven't even received an apology. Onslow, you haven't received an apology. Those people were traumatized by their department. That's very clear. 2 of their members opened fire on and destroyed a fire engine. This is the extent of their damage. There's bullet holes all over the fucking place, and people were terrified. So you don't even apologize to them? Like, you're like, listen, there is an ongoing CERT investigation. Of course, this is legal schmiegel nonsense, because they know if they apologize, that's an admission of wrongdoing. But you still don't get it from them. You're never going to get it from them because they don't want to be in the wrong. Because if they're in the wrong, that diminishes their power. Suddenly, counties like Colchester will be like, fuck you, man. We don't want you serving us anymore. Truro will come and give us 24-hour service. They will open up multiple detachments and for less money. So you're fired. And then all of a sudden you start getting a smaller power base. They're not as national. They're not as important anymore. So they can't go and ask for things like, oh goodness, we need to be able to go and monitor your Groupons or your deep net or your dark net stuff. You can't hide anything from us.
Do I believe there was
Maybe they lose control of the gun registry because they're so fucked up. You know, this is why it's very important for them to maintain this public image. So the PR department, and they have one, and it's big, that comes in there, and it's a think tank. Literally, it was sitting there as this thing was going down, you know, Leather's shitting his pants, and he's like, well, what do I do now? What can I do? well, okay, we will put out this tweet. We use the Twitter line because the Twitter line, then not very many people know. So we won't have to answer as many questions. Okay, we'll do that. And we'll tweet this here at this time because, oh, Jesus Christ, he got out of our zone. So now we can't cover up for who he is. It just keeps going on and on and on. And then it's like, to the extent that they will fabricate, in my personal opinion, fabricate evidence. And clearly, whatever happened at the Big Stop was a total and utter circus. That was a theater for people to sit back and watch. You might as well have popcorn and pay admission because you have all the press there, all of them. How many gas stations do you know where there's press just sitting around, or there's hundreds of police cars sitting there? Get out of here.
If you just had that adrenaline pumping through your blood, terrified, and I'm not saying that he was. I'm just trying to. If I'm Gabriel Wortman, and I've just had a night of crazy. And I took 6 or 8 hours to like take a breather, change my clothes, have something to eat, have a shower, blah, blah, blah. Do you think I'm going to pull over at a freaking rest stop to change? No. I would be so terrified. I'd be on the run.
Again, I
now
think it's speculative.
I'm gonna take her car, and yeah, I'm gonna pull up to a freaking truck stop where there's cops already parked there. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Come on.
No, they're not. They're. It's have your cake and eat it too. They're not saying he pulled up with lots of cops there, but they're just saying that magically the cops all suddenly appeared. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
But
that's cool.
they haven't said that because they told you. They told you it's right in their own words. Where here?
I watched a video on I believe it was April 20th of a lady. Fucking wish I could find that video.
Listen, I put this together for a reason. Listen.
One of our tactical resources.
One.
The gas station to refuel the vehicle. I just happened to drive by the Irving and I seen this SWAT team come in and park beside the pumps.
One.
And the fellow got out of the passenger side and he just ran out in front of the car and out with his gun and just opened up right through the windshield of the car. All I could hear was gunshots. One of our tactical resources.
I'm being very facetious when I say that. Very facetious. It's not one. Of course it's one, because they just told you it's one. But then they have all this nonsense out here. Oh, yeah. They told you 2 members. 2 members. Why is there 4 there? He's already been shot. You said it. You said it in your own words. A witness said it. Here they are posing. Oh, somebody's going to go get on the door. I love the door one. That's amazing. And I know, you see, it's clipped.
One of our tactical resources.
Somewhere out there amongst the plethora of press that were sitting there, which were called by the RCMP. Hey, come on. They're not saying that, obviously. They're not saying, oh, come over here, help us look like heroes because we're in deep shit here. They say, oh, you know what? Come over here. You'll get a great photo op and it'll look good. We're going to be taking them down. We're going to take them down right in front of you. And they fucking falsified the entire thing. Bullets, fake bullets they're using. One of our tactical resources. One.
One of our tactical resources.
One.
One of our tactical resources.
One.
One of our tactical resources.
How many are in that camera shot?
Resources. One of our tactical resources. One of our tactical resources. One of our tactical resources.
They got the killer right here. They got him on lockdown. They're going for him right now.
It's fake.
They got the killer right here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they got him. They shot him. I heard the 4 shots.
I'm not saying that the people in the car are fake. What I am saying is what was taking place at the time was fake, because that wasn't real. That was a public show. Popcorn time. Get your popcorn ready, because they're going to make it look like they're doing something and that they did it. And that's opinion.
And they were really good at it too. They were really good. Hey, bud, I got all this money on me. Hey, bud, I got to get out of here. They were really
I'm not
good.
saying, listen, you don't need to go tinfoily. Let's even just say the tape is real. What happens in the tape is not real. I don't care about the people in the car. I could give fucking good goddamn about the car. What I do care about is one tactical resource. One tactical resource. Not this fucking dog and pony show of 7,000 cars and 30 officers, and they're standing on doors sometimes, and sometimes they're not standing on doors. Ridiculous. Because there was no mention that this man was holding himself hostage, but there was a witness who saw him get shot through the windshield by one tactical resource, meaning one vehicle. One vehicle. Not 30.
I watched a video on the 20th of a lady standing outside the Big Stop or nearby that said,
the whole military here.
this is the first time this restaurant has ever been closed. And every Sunday,
Yep, she says that. Yep.
Filled with senior citizens. Why was it closed? Why?
No, it wasn't closed. It wasn't closed. What she said was because of the COVID and stuff like that, there was not very many people here. I have the tape. There was not very many people here. And this is verified by somebody who texted me today and said, listen, I don't want to be known who I am, but I want you to know that I've spoken to somebody who worked down there, because I go down there all the time to do stuff. You know, I'm not going to dox, what they do. And they said, I'll read their exact words.
Truth is going to come out.
I'll
Good always wins.
I'll read their exact words, because that, my Chinese telephone is not good. I'd rather read their own words.
Truth always comes out.
And so they said, let me see here. Sorry, they've sent a few things. So they're clearly very interested on what happened, which is very... Okay, I won't read what they do. I was asking about some stuff the other day, and I was told by a staff member that but this person has interaction on a business level with people there. So not just some patron. Because the patron wouldn't get an answer. I was asking about some stuff the other day, and I was told by a staff member that they were made to sign a form that stated they would not discuss anything that they witnessed that day, from RCMP footage to the cameras, to who took the press. I think they're referring to the press stuff. To what was actually witnessed. They were made to sign these forms by cert.
Okay, so Seamus,
Mm-hmm.
they were made to sign these forms.
Mm-hmm.
What if they say, you know what? Something stinks in the street of Denmark, and it ain't the freaking cheese. I'm talking. Like, I'm sorry. I'm going to talk. What's going to happen to that person that tells the truth?
Well, I think they would be facing an obstruction of justice charge. So people don't.
Okay.
People don't. But, there are...
Typically, they're seniors. understand that.
No, this is a staff member.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, they're going to be the best witness of all because they work there. They're there all the time. They know what happened. They were there.
Right.
They're sitting there looking at their fucking cameras, you know, watching the gas pumps, just like they always do. You know, you pull up,
I still
put your
wanna
card
know-
in, wait until it's authorized. They know what's going on. They saw what was going on. It wasn't the ladies eating their eggs, having brunch.
I know we've talked about this before. I still want to know if Wortman was at the gas station. I'd like to know if the car was already fueled and he was on his way out, or if he was on his way in. Not that it matters. I know he's already a case close, but why would you pull up on the wrong side? Potentially, we don't know. But I heard, actually,
Because he was not there.
in his picture,
I think, again, this is speculative. It's speculative, and it's the shed.
pull that car back up.
Sorry?
Can you see?
Sorry?
Pull the picture of Gina's car back up. Can you tell?
No, you can't. I've looked.
Oh,
But it's speculative again, and again, I would say it's shed stuff. I'll put a name on it. Let's just call it shed. Okay.
I don't believe
Minutia
that-
details, you will get lost in, and there's lots of them. But you don't get lost on the fact that Mr. Wortman went there. He was in a different vehicle. He was not wearing an RCMP uniform. He was not who they were looking for. And you cannot identify this person in a car because the line of sight does not show that you can see who's there. So you pull up, unbelievable fluke, and you just jump out and you shoot him. Now, frankly, beyond the fact that that's obviously horse manure, I don't want to live in a country where maybe I'm sitting in a vehicle and a tactical resource officer pulls up and decides, hey, there's somebody. What the fuck is that? That's called, I think there's a word for it. Oh,
If
yes.
you go back to
Yes,
the
that,
beginning,
careful. It's called murder. Murder.
it is murder.
That's
It is
murder. That was
You're
execution.
supposed to take the men.
Unannounced to pull up beside a pump where you cannot see the person in the car. You don't know the car. You don't know that he's wearing what he's wearing. Clearly they know. They know because they got a phone call and they said, I'm going to be at the fucking station. You know, come and get me out or do whatever the fuck it is. And they're like, you know what? We're in really big shit here. We better take that guy out. Okay, we'll go over there. Boom! Now we're going to make a gigantic fucking show out of it so that it looks like, you know, we did the right thing. No, what you did, even though if we all agree that this person was not a good person, what you did as a police force was you murdered somebody. And I'll level that accusation. I feel fairly confident in standing behind it. Murder. You cannot murder civilians. You cannot murder shitbags. You cannot murder anybody as a police force. That's murder.
Seamus, if I go rob the bank next door and somebody gets me on camera and they see my vehicle leaping, they can't just shoot me through the windshield.
I do understand.
Thinking that I might have a gun. That is murder.
Yes, because they have a very clear operating procedure to which they already broke it once that day in Onslow.
Yeah.
It says that you must announce yourself as police officers before you do something. You cannot just go and do acts randomly, shooting people, shooting fire halls, assaulting people for no reason. Because if you open this door up like this, if you open up this Pandora's box like this, obviously I'm not saying it's going to,
Exactly. And
but
we're
you
not
could.
that crazy person that did some crazy shit and really took out innocent lives.
Let's just stay focused on focused. Unannounced, one tactical unit. The officer got out and shot a man through the windshield. Murder. That's it. That's it. And I don't want to live in a country. I don't care if you're the worst fucking criminal in the world.
Right.
If you cannot break police procedure, those safety guards are in place for a reason, because then you have cops shooting people accidentally. That would be very bad.
That's right.
So
You cannot have rogue officers just going crazy, taking people out.
Yep.
No, everybody needs to be held accountable.
Yep.
Period. End of story. Why wouldn't they just arrest them? Why?
Because why are you asking questions that, of course, the answers are blatantly obvious? What could Mr. Wortman disclose if you arrested him and he's alive?
If there's already that many officers at the big stop.
No. Answer just keep on target. What could Mr. Wortman disclose if he was alive? If they had taken him into custody, he was put in front of court, and he told the truth.
Oh, wow.
What could he disclose?
Oh.
Could he disclose about Shuby, and maybe Shuby didn't go down? Maybe Shuby didn't go down the way it was. Maybe the fact that the RCMP had him working as a CI.
If we are going to go that way, I can tell you what I think.
Well, it's a rhetorical question. It's really a rhetorical question because
no, but if we're going to go down that road, they needed to take him out. He was a patsy. Sorry.
He's not a patsy. He had information that they don't want known public. He's not a patsy. He had information they don't want made public. Whether that's he's a CI, whether that's because he said, well, they came to my house and I had the guns, but they did nothing about it. Whether that's because, I was never in Shuba Kanadi. I was never up there. So what you saw there didn't really happen that way. No, that's not me at the cigar hut. No, I never was in Wentworth. Whatever it was. That's what they didn't want disclosed. All of the information that he could possibly, and again, it's speculative as to what it is. It could be many, many, many different things. Many different things. It could be other crimes he's involved in. Could be, police are aware of this. Again, that starts to get into really speculative territory. But if he's dead, it's just like the judge says with the Don Dunphy inquiry. Dead man, tell no tales. So, he's dead. You want to kill him. You want to murder him. Because if you arrest him, well, that presents a small problem. That presents, I'm being very facetious, a very big problem for the RCMP. This whole event is highly toxic to the RCMP power structure. They will start to lose contracts. They'll start to lose their power base. The public won't have faith in them anymore. Maybe there has to be an entire dismantling done of the RCMP and it's rebuilt. Maybe Lecky loses her job. Actually, a whole schwack of people would lose their jobs. You think the three people at the press conference, Leather, The one person, you notice the lady who microphone is way over here. She's that's the head of the RCMP for Nova Scotia. She doesn't appear very often. It's Leather and Campbell. But she does come out of the woodwork a little bit. Oh, she would get fired. Lots of little things that would come out from the fact that if this man were taken into custody and there were a full trial conducted. I saw it done in Quebec, and I'll tell you, it was a fucking shit show they put on there, and people bought it. But this time around, I don't think that would work. There are a lot of angry people. There are a lot of people. Thousands. Tens of thousands. I can't even put my finger on how many people, but let's just go with fact numbers. 7,000 some odd, 8,000 on Facebook alone. How many people are watching these videos? I don't know. YouTube lies about the numbers, but let's just say, some of these videos are getting 1,500 views. That's another 1,500 people. Maybe some of them are doing both, but there's the Discord that's got 100 people. There are fucking 22 families, and them bullshitting with you or bullshitting with us. Sorry, not you, but us in general, the public, by saying, "Oh, the families, we don't want to say anything because that might hurt the family." That, I can assure you, is a full-out lie, because all of those families want answers. They have people that they've lost, and they want to know why. Nobody's going to sit back and be like, "Well, okay, somebody died, my sister died, but you know what? I don't need to know how. I don't need to know why this happened, because frankly, I just want it to repeat again." That's called full-on insanity. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here. I'm not sure if yes, he keeps saying you're a patient man, so maybe I'm just being too mouthy.
No,
and I should step out.
Please stop with that. I've seen you do that a lot. Please do not apologize. And I apologize because I am strong-willed and I am loud and I'm passionate about what I believe. As is everybody passionate. Sorry?
I honestly love everybody, and I trust. My biggest downfall in life is I trust everyone. And I met Sarah, and my heart is breaking for her. And she's been really dragged through the mud. And I really, and Seamus, that I have spent so many hours researching this. I only want the truth. That's all.
Yep.
I want everyone to have answers. And I want these ignorant, lying, corrupt cops to be held accountable.
Yep. Well, I believe, and that's the angle I'm coming at it from. It can only be done with a civil case at this point in time, which then could possibly lead to something criminal against specific individuals. But you have to start with something. But you're not going to. There's the links to the Facebook groups, Mr. Moneypenny. I should put them in the information. And thanks again for all your hard work. I really You know, everybody's hard work, and
He's been very, really, really, really good.
yeah, he is. He's doing awesome stuff there.
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna shut my face.
No, listen. Hey, I'm sorry. Don't never let somebody, whether it's me or anybody ever in your life, bowl you over. That's fucking garbage.
Oh,
I want to know your opinions. I want to hear your opinions. You know, I'm very strong-willed in my stuff.
I really work hard at this. And I know maybe some people don't think that I am, but I can tell you that I am.
I know how hard you're working. I know, and I want to thank you. I really do. And I think everybody here knows how hard you're working. There's no animosity anybody bears you at all. You are working your ass off. We're all on the same team. We all want the same things. I guess.
Yeah, we all want the same thing.
I guess the only thing is, like, I'm. Oh, somebody asked me to join.
I can't imagine.
Somebody invited me. Somebody invited me to some group. Some Nova Scotia group again.
Imagine what
A Woken Goy.
what these family members are going through, and they're not getting answers. They didn't even get their autopsy report. And I'm not even just talking about Tara. I'm talking about everyone.
Yeah.
They couldn't get answers
Well, yeah.
about their own family members for days.
No.
But like, I don't even know if they've still got them to this day.
No, nobody's gotten anything, to the best of my knowledge. And I do know that. I do know that for a fact in a couple of them.
I'm just saying, my dad got shot. My brother hung themselves. I got those reports within a week. And I'm just saying, and please, this isn't a pity party. I'm just making a statement. And Seamus, you know I've told you this before. I got those in a week. I got them in a week. Like, I don't understand this delay and the fight for family members to get answers.
It's the mindset. It's difficult. I understand that. And it is a hard one to get, because I fall into that one too. I'm just like, I don't understand. But of course, that is if you're believing that your police force is working for you and in your favor. And in this case, you have to switch your mind just a little bit and see, oh my goodness, they are actively working against me. So this is why they are suppressing information. This is why they don't give out answers. And then things become a little bit more clear for you, because then you don't have to ask them anymore. You just know.
I talked to a girlfriend last night. I won't mention any names, but I talked to someone last night.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to sound really scary. Her man friend at the time was connected to a bike gang.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that one. I think there's something more to that.
Got beat up.
Yeah, I think there's something
And it scared the crap out of me.
There's something more to that. I wouldn't.
And she scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, I would. Well, you and I can talk about that between ourselves. But I would just say, yeah, there's probably something.
I'm going to let you go because I just feel like I've been verbal diarrhea forever.
No, not at all. Not at all. You pose a lot of good, interesting thoughts. You bring a ton. You go and look. You're finding things that I'm not coming across, that other people aren't coming across. Please, listen, as Yessie says, thanks for all your hard work. You're doing lots of great stuff. And don't ever, no matter who it is, let somebody say you're not important or what you think isn't important, because your thoughts are just as important as mine, just as important as Little Miss So's, just as important as Mr. Moneypenny's. We all are in the same boat together.
Let's unanimously stand up and be the voices for the people that cannot speak.
Well, let's organize. It's coming together. I see the evolution, and it will become at some point in my hope and my aspiration, something that is like this. And we then will also have equally financed and found a lawyer, and that is on us. That's on us to do that. We have to put our money where our mouth is to pay to do our little piece. Sorry?
Seamus, I don't have any money, but my word is my bond.
That's fine. There are going to always be people that can, and there's people that can't, and listen, I just won't buy coffees or whatever. And if it means I don't have cigarettes anymore for a while, so be it. There are things that are far more important than because it's something that you're building. It's a part of a better society, I hope, and it's a turning of the consciousness. Sorry.
So, Seamus, I joined those groups on Facebook, and I had someone reach out to me yesterday. I'm not going to say their name, and they wanted to have a private chat, and we privately chatted, and this guy knows quite a bit of information. He's not ready to come out, and I'm telling you right now, like, the truth is coming out, honey.
Yeah.
It's coming out.
Yep.
People are talking.
Yep. It's just there's Little Miss So, the same thing. I understand it, but it is because if your police force was working in your favor, there would be such a thing called transparency.
Right.
You would be involved to a certain extent. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit that they're not going to share. But in this case, you're really not talking about anything too major. You're talking about possibly, I don't know, leading to maybe something to do with the Massachusetts gun purchase or something like that. But in terms of the actions that transpired on the 18th and 19th, and anything that had to do with prior to that, involving the police department and Gabriel Wortman's interactions, has nothing to do with anything. That's called transparency. You tell us. And frankly, if we're living in a really good, honest world, if you make a mistake, which is the responsibility of normal individual citizens, you make a mistake, you admit them freely. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and, blah, 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 and then say, oh, you know what? I don't have things wrong from time to time. I don't make poor decisions. So that's why I'm going to say, oh my God, listen, I should not be getting upset with Mr. Moneypenny. Mr. Moneypenny is on the same side. What the hell? Just because he and I kind of butt heads a couple of times, he brings a fuckload of information.
Yes,
So it's my responsibility as a good human being to say, A, I'm in the wrong, B, I apologize, and then C, try to make amends and work together. But you see, that's the way citizens and individuals are supposed to work. And funnily enough, your police department should be an extension thereof. In fact, if not more so, because they are supposed to be a character things that children can look up to or citizens can look up to as holding morals, ethics, and law. And if they don't have those things, then we have a very serious problem. And frankly, we do. There's tons of good officers out there, but they're underneath very, very poor leadership. Very poor. And the leadership is working against citizens, not for them. They don't give a fuck. There could have been 100 dead that day, and it wouldn't have mattered. It doesn't matter. What matters to them is their contracts, their power, and then you start going into other areas which are not, it should not be addressed at this point in time. But why? Why do they want that? But understanding where they're coming from is very, very important. It's nothing to do with you. It's to do with them. And that has nothing. It's just like your government. Why do they do all these bad things? Well, because they don't work for you. That's why. It's a hard one to wrap our minds around because we grow up with morals and ethics and values. And so we presume that there isn't evil in this world, but there is. And it's very, very sad. However, it doesn't mean that we can't get it back. We just have to not have that cognitive disconnect anymore, which is, well, I know I wouldn't do such a thing. Of course you wouldn't do such a thing. You would never do such a thing. But in their case, oh, they will.
Honey, I'm gonna let you go.
Okay. That was...
I'm gonna
get some sleep and take some time and spend some time with your lovely husband, and
Oh, he's sleeping for hours.
well, you should not
2 o'clock in the morning here.
all right. Well, I will let you be.
You keep fighting. I will fight right beside you.
Thank you.
Help.
Thank you. And thank you
Help
for
me figure this out.
thank you for sharing all of your wonderful digging and your opinions on things. It's great. We're going to get there. We'll get there.
We are going to get there.
Yeah.
God bless you.
God bless
And
you.
we'll talk to Katie.
Okay. Goodbye.
Bye.
So that was very nice. And thank you to her. Thank you to everybody who's doing really awesome, hard work, because we're all in this together. All of us. And we're all equally important. Everybody has the right to be heard. And there is a greater goal at the end of the day. And that is, how do we fix what we again, this is responsibility, we allowed to get this out of control. We have to take it back. It's like, what is it? It's the old saying, like, I brought you into this world, I can take you out. Well, it's the same thing. I gave you that power. Oh, I can take it back. And we don't have to do, I don't think we have to go around to boogaloo type thinking or any of this nonsense. Not that I'm saying it probably won't go that way one day, sadly, but at this point in time, there are still options that are unexplored. I think that this is one. It has worked in the past, and that is amass evidence to bring a case of negligence causing death against the RCMP, the federal government, the Nova Scotia government, numerous named defendants. But we can do that by getting the evidence together, because a lawyer can't. One singular individual can't. I can't. I'm not going to make judgments, but I don't think Mr. Money Penny can, or Ozzy can. But all of us together, we can get something together, And we all have our skills, all of us, which is amazing. let's utilize them. Let's build something, a better society. Anyways, I want to say thank you very, very much to Ozzy. Thank you very, very much to Kage, and obviously a big, huge thank you to all of you continuing to push this. We can't let it die. If we do, we just keep giving away more. And I'm not a big one on surrendering. I'm not. I never have been. Maybe I'm a fool. I don't know. But never been my way. And I see something much greater that could be. And we have the foundation for it. You know, it's just putting it together properly. But the foundation is us. We can do that. So again, my many thanks to all of you, all the people in the Discord, and God bless you all. God bless you.